What's up? Hello. How are you? I'm running slightly behind. So I'm still doing some things on the back end. 1 second. Let's see. There we go. There's Clash of Daxio. What's up? Hello, everybody. How are we doing? And still getting the World Anvil pulled up, because it's not pulled up yet. Because I had the Fantasy High one pulled up on accident. There it is. All right, we're good. 77 is finished. There we go. Now we're on to 77.5. Edit report. Hey, timestamps are in there. And we've got a timestamp for after the break. Just letting people filter in as well. Give them a little bit of a chance. Give them a chance to filter in. What's up, Ebster, Delphi? How is it going? Also, is that chat too small? I keep debating if it's too small. But I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, I think the words are too small. I mean, it's very skinny, just naturally. But I think the words are too small. I'm gonna try taking it down a little bit. Or I'm going to try pumping up the size of the words a little bit. Let's see. Go like that. I don't know if that'll scale well, but we're going to see. There we go. I think that looks a little bit better. A little small? Okay, cool. Good to know that I'm generally in line with what you guys think. What time is it over there, Mega? It's soon dinner here. It is 11:33. It is early. Yeah, it is. Well, I wouldn't say bright and shiny. I wouldn't call it a morning stream necessarily, but it's certainly not dinner time. Let's see. All right, all that set. That size is better. Sick. All right, good. Okay. Chat's working. It's morning for me? Hell yeah. Okay, you guys that are here are going to be my test case. You're going to be my test case for something that YouTube just added. I'll show you guys. Okay. The lo-fi chilled beats are too loud. They're too chill. Let's see. So on good old YouTube, they've always had this insert ad. And we've talked about how, oh my gosh, I got a frog in my throat. Like sometimes the ads feel like they're working, feel like they're not. It's hard to like, at least for me, it's hard to always tell if they're working. And they added a couple of new buttons, big update for them. And they added a start break button, which seems like pretty in line with what I do. I take breaks. Doesn't like make as much sense for me to just like insert an ad, right? So I'm going to test that right now. We're going to go to the BRB screen, which should, if I set everything up correctly, should automatically like start the ad. And I'm very curious as to what that looks like on your end. So I'm going to be watching on the preview and also report your personal findings on what exactly this break screen looks like. Because I couldn't quite tell I guess I could have run a private live stream and tested it, but I didn't. So you guys are the guinea pigs. So I'll be back. I'm gonna interrupt it pretty quick. I'm gonna interrupt it after like 30 seconds, which I can do. I can manually interrupt it. And we're going to see what that looks like. So see you in a moment. Okay, I'm ready to jump back in. End break. Okay, break has ended. What did that look like? I got an ad, but no new screen, just the break screen. Interesting. Okay, same for me. Okay. Weird. Okay. Let me... Yeah, it should have had like an overlay. I mean, it's not that bad. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to continue to just use that because, again, even like with just what it is, it's more in line with what I do. And theoretically, if it's like the same performance on your guys' end, then I guess no harm, no foul. Weird though. It doesn't look any different on my end. Like I can't even tell what you guys see. It might have paused the stream for the ad, but it's hard to tell on the break stream. Oh. If it did that, that'd be pretty sick. I'd like that a lot if it paused the stream. I'm not gonna test it again right now, but maybe we'll test that again. But yeah, I can very much understand. It's very hard to tell that on the break stream or on the break screen. Interesting. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Could be interesting. Could be nothing. With that, though, with all that said, I think this second half is relatively short, but I think it's also going to be a lot of talking. I don't think it's going to be, a lot of combat. So who knows how long that'll go. But I'm under kind of two varying motivations this stream. We'll see how that ends up, because simultaneously I am excited for this stream and I feel really good, which I haven't in a little bit, and so it's like simultaneously I want to stream, but I also really need to get Fantasy High recorded. I really gotta get that done like today. So it's a bit of a push and pull on exactly how long or short I am kind of wanting this stream to be. We'll finish the episode regardless. I don't know how chatty I'll end up being because I'm in a very chatty mood. But we're gonna see how that actually plays out in practice. I will say, I ran a D&D on Friday. It was a lot of fun. And I guess on like a human sharing moment. I mean, I'm going to abstract a lot of this, but one of my players was kind of going through a bit of a rough time personally, and I was honestly like, I don't like being like pressured when I'm going through a bad time. So I didn't like say anything about like, we could cancel the session or whatever. I know you're going through a lot, whatever. I didn't say anything like that because I don't like that type of thing when I'm in a bad time. I like to control my own destiny. If I wanted to cancel, I would say so. But during the start of the session, I was like, oh, if we need to end it sooner rather than later, we can. And afterward, they were like, hey, like, I've been going through a tough time. I just wanted to thank you. This was like a really great distraction for me. And I really appreciate all the work that you do for it, which was so sweet. And I hope that I responded adequately. I think I hope I did. But it was kind of a moment of like both like players. It feels good for your DM when they're thanked for their work. But secondarily, it sort of reminded me of like why I care about games and stories and entertainment. It's a very similar reason why I stream and why I like to stream, why I want to stream. The aspect of like it helping people through or it elevating them when they're already feeling good. I don't know. It was just a very like poignant reminder to me of the value of games and art and stories. And I don't know. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like, focusing so much on D&D. It's like, isn't there other things that would be more helpful to the world that I could be doing? I'm not working on nuclear fusion, whatever. But I don't know, both for me, but also for like the at-home DMs, it's a valuable thing to like make these experiences that help people kind of forget for a little bit and feel better, and maybe occasionally challenge them on worldviews or morals or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It was a very nice moment. All in all, I'm trying not to go into too much detail because it is related to a hard time. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Puppy, we have a puppy audience. We do. The puppy loves the couch. Actually, there's two puppies. I don't know if you can tell. Let me see. Double puppy. They are tired. At least the one that's directly behind me is very tired. This one is always on high alert. She's the guard dog. You often say you won't talk much and then tangent for hours. I know. That's what it's always like. Man, I agree. I fully agree. Also, I'm going to move this over here, I think. And then I'm going to make I want this to be bigger than the actual chat. There we go. I know. That's why I'm saying I don't know how this stream is even going to go. Because yeah, I may end up chatting a lot. We'll see. He hit a puppy from us. Blasphemy. What's up, G Haircut? How you doing? Welcome. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how today's gonna go. I do know that I'm pretty ready to get into it. But we will see how much I do end up talking, because I'm not sure, because I feel good. My ADHD medication, after like a month of fucking pre-approval and insurance bullshit, I finally got it all figured out, and I'm finally like back on it. And I got pretty decent sleep last night. Not like amazing, but pretty good for me. I think it was like an 80 out of 100 on my little sleep tracker. I don't have my phone. I was gonna check what the score was. One moment, I'm gonna get it just because Paige is out, and I don't want to possibly miss a call from her. She's like the only one that gets through my do not disturb, which I have on during stream. So 1 moment, I'm gonna be back. The chair can entertain, or puppy can entertain. She'll probably get up. I always hate when I get up and I'm like just going to get like one thing and then the puppies follow me. And it's like, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you get up. Aww. The puppy was not good at entertaining. She's not. She had no interest long term. See, let's focus mode that shit. Oh, wait, I need to go and do advanced editing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. There we go. And then focus mode. Aha. There we go. Do you know Tlovum's designs for Delilah and Sass were based on the cosplay by Laura and Travis? I did. Or on the, we say this cosplay. Which cosplay? Which cosplay? They're not in cosplay right now. They're Halloween costumes? I thought it was on their Halloween costumes. I could be wrong. Or maybe it's one and the same. I don't know. But yes, I did. That's like the during the break. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the previously recorded Halloween episodes. Yeah, these ones. I know. I remember hearing that of like it's Silas is like this big buff dude, which is like not necessarily what people think of when they think of vampires all the time. You know, sometimes it is like Dracula on Castlevania comes to mind. But like he very much looks like Travis because it's based on this. Yeah. God, I'm excited for Tlovum. It's going to be good. I still don't know exactly what the format will end up being. There will be something. I guarantee that. There will be something. It'll just depend on, legal stuff as to exactly what that ends up being. Let's see. Let's get out of focus mode. Zoom in a tad. Zoom in a skosh just so you guys can see. Focus. There we go. I know some reactors thought werewolf because of the beefy design. I can absolutely see that, yeah. And I think I've seen their Tlovum characters. I've seen a lot of the character design from Tlovum just in pursuit of things for thumbnails. Things for thumbnails. It is way easier to. It's not only way easier, but like I feel more okay about using things from The Legend of Vox Machina as opposed to like, fan art. I typically, if I'm, wanting to include something from the IP in a thumbnail, I'm either getting it from the Critical Role wiki or Legend of Vox Machina. Because those are the two that I kind of feel the most. I can't explain exactly, like I don't have like an exact like reasoning as to why that feels better, but it does. Yeah. I know some reactors thought Delilah was also vampire because don't pay attention. Yeah. Oh, man. Didn't May also think she was a vamp for quite a while? Delilah? Yes. I thought Delilah was a vampire pretty much until the moment that I think she died. I thought she was a vampire, and I think until chat actively told me that she wasn't. Yeah. Because it was just, her design and her description is so vampy. But yeah. I love Charles. He's a big buff dude that's into drinking and sports, and you expect him to be a jock, and then you read his wiki page, and no, bro has always been a theater nerd. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Travis is a I mean, I think me and Mike talked about this a little bit in one of the pieces that we've done together. Of like Travis, like especially at this point in like internet geekdom, 8 years ago, seeing someone like Travis play D&D, while it may not be as novel to us nowadays, it was very like novel and weird back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And so it's very, yeah, I don't know. It's very cool because I do not have the Travis bod. I'm much more of a Liam. So it's not a huge stretch to believe that that people, or for people to believe that I'm a bit of a nerd. That is one of the reasons that I in college I played up my drinking a bit because I just do like to drink, just like separately. But I really do not like sports. I don't like sports. I don't like physical sports, esports. It is too much effort for me. I feel like I need to understand the teams and the players, and that's so much research. And people that are really into sports have all these facts in their heads, and I'm like, how do you keep all that straight, man? It's not even because I think like the game is boring. I think like things like football and soccer are very fun to watch, like as a game. But I don't find sports broadly appealing because I think in order for me to be into them, I would have to know so much, and that's just like not something I'm interested in getting into. But all that said, yeah, I hate sports, and so I rarely have things to talk about with jocks. And so when I discovered that I did like drinking, I was like, hey, there's my in. If I'm around a bunch of, but dude, if it's like straight edge macho guys, I've got nearly nothing in common. I have to actively dig if they're like, yeah, I'm big and buff and love sports, but also I don't crush beers on the weekends. I'm like, fuck, what are we gonna talk about? Oh, fuck, dude. I can fucking shotgun a beer, but I cannot talk about the Chiefs. That's not my thing. Travis is also the biggest scaredy cat in the group. That's very cute. That's very funny. Very demure, some might say. Oh, is that out? That's probably out. People probably don't say that anymore. I sent that email to World Anvil support. Hope it works. Not sure if I can afford to go to the main paid tier. Then again, with the discount, maybe. I'm on an old tier, so it may not work. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I appreciate you emailing World Anvil support. Yeah, for reference, Delphi already had a World Anvil account, but is trying to apply the code Megaphone for 51% off. But not sure. It was kind of weird on how to apply it. You have to like email their support directly, which they're a small team, so it's likely that whoever you're getting in contact with is going to know the answer. But I just don't know what that will be. Mega's Liam confirmed. Mega's closest to Sam. I haven't seen Sam like in person. For some reason, I get the vibe that Sam is tall, and therefore Mega is not Sam. But maybe I'm incorrect about that. I don't know why that's in my head, but for some reason in my head, Sam is as tall as Travis, who is tall. I don't know if that's the case or not. I have no idea. But I am very average in my proportions. I think I am just barely above the average male height. Like by like a skosh. I might, what is average American male height? Is 5'9". 5'9.5", baby. Let's go. I squeak over. I squeak over the finish line. Let's go. Kind of depends on how straight I'm standing. Sam is 6 foot even. Yeah, I could feel that. I could feel it from him. I could feel that he would look down on me. Just barely, but a little. Lol. Let's see. Just talk about Bitcoin. Bro, I can't talk about Bitcoin in the way that they would talk about it. Crypto is one of those things that I can't even bring myself to like fake positivity towards, because this is, I mean, mega lore, I guess. I used to be so into it. And you want to know the real shit, chat? You want to know the real shit? How much is Ethereum right now? ETH price. ETH is $1,909. When I was in college, let's see, 5 years. Yep. It's a little bit before this. Yep. In 2019, I believe. Yeah. It was right around in here. I heard about Ethereum during this, and I mined personally on one of my devices. I mined, I think, less than 100, but like 80 or 90 Ethereum. And then I got rid of that computer and didn't keep the hard drive. That computer got old and busted, and I got rid of it, and I put a hole through the hard drive for security. And ooh boy, did that hurt when it was 4K. Oh boy, did I was that a little frustrating. But so that said, I've been into crypto before. In the past, I fucking drank the Kool-Aid. I was into it. And I have how we say I am not anymore. And it's very hard for me to talk positively at all, because one of like the main things that people will say to like shut down critique is like, oh, you got to do your research, you got to read the white paper. Bro, I've been in that. I've read the white papers. I've been in projects. I know about that shit. I've mined. I never did an NFT because NFTs weren't really popping when I was mining. But I've pitched friends on the base concept of crypto, and especially on like proof of stake, that sort of shit. I know about crypto. And so it's very hard for me to talk to a supporter because I inevitably know more than them. And I'll be a downer at the function. Because people bring it up. People do bring it up, man, at like fucking Friendsgiving. I can't give my real opinions on crypto to bros at the function. It's just not gonna go well. So that's not really on the table, unfortunately. Yeah. Sam is tall. A lot of people subconsciously think Sam is short because of the giant tankard. Maybe that is why I think Sam is short. Or why I think he's tall. Wait, what do I think Sam is? But I can picture that. Yeah, I can see that. If you had mined in 2014, you'd be a billionaire now. Yeah, man, if I just like bought real estate when I was a fetus, if I'd bought real estate in the 90s, man, I'd be cleaning up right now. Why didn't I do that shit? That's crazy. Megaphone Man channel empty. God, dude. Yeah. I've got plenty of opinions on crypto. Don't you worry. God, if I can rant for just the shortest period, Just the shortest period, because you guys know I allude to politics and my political opinions and such. I allude to it, but I rarely like directly talk about shit. But I saw a clip from Joe Rogan and Elon Musk that just infuriated me. Where Joe Rogan was like, man, it's crazy that like you can pump and dump with a crypto and that's legal. It's crazy that that's legal. And Elon deflects through the argument that I hate the most about crypto, which is that it's like a casino, which it is fucking not, dude. A casino has fixed, regulated odds. When you go to a casino and you play roulette, you know the exact odds of that roulette table based on if there's a single, double, or triple zero. You do not know the odds of crypto, dude. It's not like going to a casino. It annoyed me at like a core level of that comparison. Also, casinos aren't a good thing. I mean, that's a whole separate discussion about like gambling and the rise thereof. But the level of false equivalency there, we're like, yeah, you can absolutely think that like casinos aren't a good thing, or you can think that they are a good thing. Either way, crypto is so much worse than that. It is like going to a casino where the odds are not just stacked in the house's favor, where they are actively rigged, where there is insider information. It's like if you went to a casino and you roll up to the table and you get dealt out of one deck, and then someone next to you gets dealt out of a special deck that only has, if you're playing fucking blackjack, and they have a deck that's full of just face cards and aces, and you're getting dealt out of a deck that's all sixes. That's a more accurate comparison of what crypto is. And that person knew about the casino and probably is invested in the casino, or at the very least knows someone who is invested in the casino. They are one person and there's 99 of you at the table getting dealt sixes and sevens. Maybe some of you hit. Maybe. But Joe, Jack, and Ace next to you is the one that is going home with the money. It just, I don't know, man. It pissed me off. It pissed me off, man. It's like the false equivalency. That's what really gets me in a lot of online rhetoric, is comparing two things. And like, especially comparing crypto to casinos is so strategic because casinos are controversial. So then, but there are like, you know, it is like a nuanced controversy, I would say. I'm not super pro casino, by the way. I don't really gamble. But it's at least like a nuanced controversy to a degree. And so comparing it to that allows you to say, well, sure, crypto's controversial, but it's controversial in that same way. God, it bothers me. It bothers me, man. It's the same thing with a lot of Trump rhetoric. Like 99% of anything that Trump says that is just like pure false equivalence. It is just like this thing and this thing are the same, and therefore you should treat this thing like that other thing. And the connection just isn't there. The connection just isn't there. He was talking about us subsidizing Canada, and it's like a trade deficit is not a subsidy, bro. I'm not fucking subsidizing Amazon when I buy Soylent off of it. I'm purchasing something. Yeah. So I'm crashing out, man. I'm crashing out. I had to text my parents, who, I don't know if I would necessarily call them Trump supporters, but they voted for him. And I just try not to even like dive into that. But I was just like, guys, if you see anything about crypto, I beg you, if there's one thing you listen to me about, do not put any money into crypto. It is easier to throw it down the garbage disposal. That will be a more effective use of your money, because then at least you aren't putting it into someone else's pockets for them to continue to grift. It's a little frustrating to live in America right now. I'm not going to lie. Oh, man. I feel like crypto was good if you were very early, and now it's all exploitation of the lower tiers of the people at the top. I mean, if you mean good as in you could make money, then yeah, like an average person who was not well connected could have mined in like the 2020s, the early 2020s, like COVID era, and like actually made money. But yeah, now the chance of an average person actually making money is just so astronomically low. Dude, it's so hard because I used to be, if people don't know this in the Megaphone Man lore, I used to be pretty conservative. And so I was pulled out of that by being in communities that I didn't realize were so predominantly different than me because they didn't talk about it. But I progressively, was like immersed within this group of people that I really liked and respected. And so then when they did occasionally, voice opinions that conflicted with mine, it actually made me sit down and think about it. And so it's why I don't like to crash out on this sort of stuff on stream, because I truly, like, it sounds bad, but like I kind of don't want to alienate someone that might be in the situation I was in. I want to immerse them in a diverse community that might slowly actually have a chance of changing their opinion. But man, sometimes it's not that hard, honestly. It's really just like avoiding certain like topics or language. But man, oh man. And I don't even try that hard, really. But dude, just some things really get me. Like tear at my core. There can be 100 people in the room and 99 don't believe you. Yeah, they just don't believe it. They think that they're the one, man. If I wanted to wallow in Trump's idiocy, I'd re-download Twitter. Yeah, dude. I mean, I used to watch more news, and I've had to like actively limit my intake of news because there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Like personally, I got really sad. I was watching a piece of news and I was reading through the comments, and it was in regards to Trump's Canada comments, his like 51st state comments, which are abhorrent. Like, they are not only abhorrent, but they are cowardly simultaneously. It is like, I would truly, this is not to say that I would respect it. This is a comparative thing. I would have more respect. Still far in the negative. But I would have more respect if he just said, I want more land. I'm going to invade Canada and Greenland. Bah, that's it. But instead, he's making all these fucking weird statements, just cringe, cowardly shit of like, oh, like, we don't need them, but they'd be a beautiful 51st state. They'd be the best 51st state. They'd be better than all of our states, which, like, okay, slow down there, buddy. But it's, and I just can't imagine being Canadian right now. I feel bad, just existing as an American, as Canadians look on. And I saw this comment that was like, it's so it's like shocking and disappointing how little the opposition, the Democrats, and the American public are pushing back on these Canada comments. And it's very frustrating because, like, I really do. If there is one thing that the last couple of years has, like, embedded within me is, like, the failure of the Democratic Party at, like, existing as politicians. Oh, which is so frustrating because they share a lot of my ideals nowadays. So it sucks to see them be bad at it. And like, it's just so frustrating because I don't know what to do. Right? I can join a organization. I can vote. I did both of those things. But after that, there's just like nothing I can do, and it's just so it's very frustrating to live through. Very frustrating. Anyways, again, sorry for crashing out a little bit. But it's yeah. I think that is like amongst my peers and the people I know, the really just predominant feeling is just frustration. Yeah. Thanks, Alti. Oh boy, oh boy. Nah, yeah. I got called. Can I say it? I mean, I am, and I was called that so much, but it still feels weird to say because I was in that like space where people said it and fucking meant it for a little bit. And so it still feels weird to say. So I still don't use the F slur. I probably can't. That's actually probably beyond everything. I probably just can't say it on YouTube. That's true. But man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. No, I got called that a lot. That's the weirdest part about like telling people about like how I got bullied. Cuz people really don't expect kids to be throwing out slurs. It like when I talk to like peers who maybe got like bullied for being like a nerd or whatever, but like getting bullied for being gay, especially when I did not think that I was. I'm fucking ace. But regardless, it's gray A. But it's like when I so firmly believed that I wasn't, getting bullied for that and like getting called slurs was so strange. And it's like a very strange experience to try to communicate to someone. And then it's an even weirder experience when I talk to someone who is gay and knew they were gay, and we commiserate over getting bullied the same way, even though at the time I did not think that I was queer in any way. Very strange. Very, very, very strange part of growing up. Yeah. I had to leave to do a thing, but I'm glad I can trust Megan to not start the episode without me. You skipped the crash out, which is probably good. But yeah, and it's just Trump. We're the best orcs. No other orcs do it like us. Yeah, man. I don't know. Anyways, I want to be. I also broadly want to be like escapist. That's another reason that I try not to. I definitely try not to crash out, but I try to, not bring up too many current events because I want to be like escapist entertainment a lot of the time. So I'll move on, but frustrating time. I remember in 6th grade and having the boy in the desk repeatedly call me C. In this really violent, disgusting rave for no reason, just ingrained misogyny. I think he was practicing. Yeah, dude, kids do dark shit. Kids do really dark shit. And like, I don't, like when people are talking about like, oh, we should be forgiving of kids, whatever. I I think generally, like, how do I say it? I don't know. I go back and forth on how forgiving to be to children, like under 18, we'll say, because so much of human biology and psychology is just like replicating what you see. It's just practicing it. It's taking in your environment and trying things out and seeing the reactions that you get. And so it's so hard for me to, like, I went to college. I didn't go to high school with many of the people that I went to grade and middle with. So like years like 1 through 8, I went to school with like a batch of kids, and then the last 4 years before college, high school, I went to school with like a totally different crop of kids because I didn't want to be around those kids anymore. And then like I went to college with some of the people I went to elementary and middle school with, and like I'm glad at that point I had matured enough to not hold them accountable, because like there was a kid in my speech class did not remember me. And he had been so, like, he'd been so vile to me. And it was a very surreal experience for me to, like, emotionally, like, start when I saw him in, like, speech class in college. I had not, like, actively been bullied in, like, 4 years. And I saw him and I had a visceral reaction. And I go up to him and I'm like, hey man, what's up? And he looks at me and he's like, hey, do we know each other? And it just like, blew my mind of like how much impact he had on me, and just like that it just did not even register in his mind. He just didn't remember. It was a very, frankly, formative moment for me in understanding how little people remember about you a lot of the time, you know? People really like are dealing with their own shit. They are inflicting that upon other people. And a lot of times they just simply don't remember it. It was very weird. It was very, very strange. But anyways. We're almost to C2. I think we're going to get to C2 in like a year. 10 months, probably more. Yeah. I mean, unless I go up to more episodes a week, which I'm not going to say is going to happen, but is not off the table. Going up to more episodes a week could theoretically be on the table. I'm not going to guarantee it, but it's possible. So if we keep going at the same pace, it's probably 2026. Without actually knowing the mean, just that they've heard it can be used negatively against others. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think under 15 or 16, you should start to understand by that time. But regardless of age, people deserve understanding. Yeah. I mean, it's people deserve understanding. And I think that understanding is not necessarily the same thing as like leniency or, you know, it's certainly not lack of consequence. But understanding and like trying to like get at the core of like what's going on, what's going on. Yeah. The hurts that are inflicted upon us are most often remembered by the victims. I've had conversations with my brother about things that to him were offhand comments but have haunted me for years. Yeah, absolutely. And I try to have empathy because like I've had similar conversations like with my parents and people from friends of like offhand comments that I've made, offhand comments that they've made. Yeah, it's crazy the things that can impact us, and that impact is not only, sometimes asymmetrical, but is almost always asymmetrical, which I guess wrapping it back to a positive note, it's like the thing that I talked about right at the beginning of stream of like my friend thanking me for DMing. It's like, to me, DMing is like a fun thing that does like make an impact on my life, like actually doing it. I also see it as like a way to like, practice and like have things to talk about on stream. So in some ways it's almost work, work. But it's like that impacted him, at least this week, so much more than it impacted me. It was so asymmetrically the amount that it impacted him. And so it's like those things can work in reverse as well, which is something I try to keep in mind. In middle school, kids may not know the cultural context of slurs, but they understand how to use language to be cruel. Yeah, they absolutely do. Middle schoolers, I think, are the meanest people on earth. It's a John Mulaney bit. And I think the reason that it is so funny is because it is so true. Middle schoolers are just intelligent enough to know how to hurt you, but not intelligent enough to understand why they shouldn't. Yeah, it's crazy. 5 to 10 years ago, I'd have some bad things to say about me today. People change their beliefs, sometimes drastically. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in a very, very similar boat. Very, very similar boat. Yeah. It's yeah. People change. And that's in a lot of times for the better. Sometimes not, but a lot of times for the better. This I felt bad, but I had a short that I had to take private. That was, and I guess this is where I'll end it. Actually, it's a good end cap to the conversation. I had a short about like my extension of Hanlon's razor of like why assume malice when you can assume stupidity? Why assume stupidity when you can assume misunderstanding? Essentially, and the comment was basically like, I think you're exactly wrong. I also think Hanlon's razor is wrong. I think most people are actively malicious. And they were pretty like raw, and I think that people responded pretty, I would say, reasonably, if it wasn't an emotionally charged conversation. But throughout the comment spread, it became clear to me that it was an emotionally charged conversation. And so I ended up just taking down the short because I didn't want to, have a negative impact on that person. But the thing that I thought about replying to them that I didn't, but I will put out there to all of you is, I generally go, I have slowly but surely turned into an optimist, not because I think it is an accurate reflection of reality, but because I am a better person, I am kinder, I'm more successful, I'm more productive, I am better at accomplishing my goals when I act as an optimist. And that's like a weird, it's a strategic choice to an extent. And it doesn't extend to every facet of my life. It doesn't extend to every single day of my life. But ultimately, I try to move forward in the way that will best help me accomplish my own personal goals and motivations. And broadly, assuming like misunderstanding, giving people leniency, assuming that people can change, understanding the differing levels of impact, all of these things may not always reflect reality. Like I talked to Paige, and she's, when she makes like She gets like social anxiety about like how people remember her, what people think of her. And I always tell her, it's like, no one remembers you. You did that stupid thing once. No one remembers that. In reality, that's probably not true. At least one person remembers it, probably. Like, or one person did think about it later that day. But acting as if that's the case is a kind of paralyzing feeling. And so acting as if my, worldview of like, okay, you did the stupid thing. No one is going to remember the stupid thing. Acting that way, I find brings me more success and safety and happiness, and lowers my stress a lot. So that's where I kind of come back to with all that stuff. Your optimism turn is very Terry Pratchett coded. That's a bit like his approach to nihilism. I've heard of this. I don't know what exactly it's called, but it's like positive nihilism or something, or like subjective nihilism, I think. Where it's like, okay, if nothing matters and we get to define our own meaning, then I am going to define meaning as like making people around me very happy and very and protected and safe, and I'm going to do what I think is good and right. Nihilism doesn't necessitate you turning into a weird asshole. It can actually be a very empowering thing. Yeah, I'm with that. I don't know much about Terry Pratchett other than that he's an author. So I won't fully subscribe to it, but it sounds similar, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, G. Hercup. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, it's like malicious behavior is often not rooted in pure maliciousness, I think. Or at least I act as though. What the fuck is this conversation I walked into? Ooh, Daniel. Look, if you want to watch the past hour, you can. It's a bit of a... I had a bit of a crash out, and this is the deconstruction of that. It's a bit of a more personal first hour than I think is typical. But with that, we've got like 2 minutes before our regularly scheduled break. And so we'll hear what Matt has to say for the first 2 minutes of stream. Why not?
Cock lightning?
Cock lightning.
All right.
Oh, that is low volume.
The dust of the battle settling, the plumes of smoke slowly beginning to dissipate as the fires burn out from the previous struggle. The remaining living soldiers begin to gather their dead and wounded, and you guys begin to reconvene as allies towards the broken front doors to the outside of Fort Daxio.
I searched Sandra's body.
You searched his body?
Yeah.
Already?
I'll search the giant.
Yeah,
I'm right on that giant.
Can I scavenge from the Ember Rock?
Sure, if you want to.
Can I ask Mike to heal me a little bit, please?
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Where are you at?
Oh, like a 2-digit number.
What?
What? Whoa.
How many points do you
Heard
have?
of for grog.
25.
25 hit points in guard.
What?
All right.
I got 9.
Oh no, he asked. Does that mean something's gonna happen right now?
I don't know.
We need to sleep. Let's all sleep. Let's go to sleep right now.
No, it doesn't work
Power
out.
nap, power nap.
All right, so as you guys are looting, the giant has a giant black iron plate mail on, which is very heavy.
Yeah, Daniel, it's actually just starting. And I started off the stream by saying, man, I have a lot to do today. I don't know how long this one's going to be.
Meh.
It's going to take a few hands to pull it
Not
off.
for this tag team.
Fine.
As well as her Great Maul, which is also very large.
Gauche.
Too
And
big.
about 812 gold pieces.
I'll take those.
Like so big that I couldn't even wield it.
You can talk to me
You
later.
could hold it, you could wield it. It's size-wise, it's maybe about 3 feet taller than you from head to pommel. And the weight of it's unwieldy from
I
your
like
size.
taller women. Okay.
You can take a dope Instagram picture.
30
with it.
points?
I healed him 30 points with my last.
Okay.
Thank you.
You find on Xanthros, you find 1,098 gold pieces.
I'll take that.
You find a potion of superior healing that you didn't have a chance to use. And there appears to be a wand that is shattered.
I'm taking it. Of course, I'm taking it.
Either one.
It looks like it is broken. There's a little bit of a burn mark on the wood the one was crafted from.
And spark
Okay.
book.
You're
I
a
ins-
broom and a wand.
I inspect it.
Okay.
It doesn't do anything when I.
Make an Arcana check.
Yeah,
Take a look, Hermione.
but I'm doing it because Grog told me to, and he's brilliant.
I know.
11.
Check out the brain
She
on
said
that.
wand.
Definitely busted, and
Yeah.
it was once a wand.
Cool, cool, cool.
Are you sure it's not a twig?
I hate you so much, Sam.
Oh, what
Nothing. Continue.
You never saw the bottom of it.
Oh.
Until now.
No, not until now.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, I've been
Really?
focused on other things.
I printed some extras for you, Matt. Like, sign them for fans.
That's what you
It's high derp.
I blame you, Internet. You're partially responsible.
Oh my god, dude. All right, we got ads in a minute. We're gonna see what the break screen ends up looking like. I will say, I think I am scaling down my my idea for Critical Role Live. I think I'm still gonna do something for Critical Role Live. Like I think I'm gonna do like a piece of content around it. But I am massively scaling down the idea just because, boy oh boy, have I overcommitted myself in terms of workload. I am doing far too much on the back end, especially for someone who just started doing really doing a lot of pre-recorded stuff. I was like, I do pre-recorded stuff now. That means I can do 5 pre-recorded projects at the same time. Easy. So I'm scaling down the the Critical Role Live idea. We'll see exactly what it ends up being. I do. what's up? Hello, we're back. Okay, that's possibly very huge, Ebster. That'd be sick if it pauses the stream. Crazy that I still don't think it does it on a manual ad insertion. You know, we might try it. Maybe next time I won't do, yeah. Okay, on the next break, I saw 0 difference versus your old break. Oh, you were still live? Mobile, maybe. Damn. Because I was like, if it paused, YouTube gives a better CPM. YouTube gives a better CPM if you let them automatically choose where to insert stuff. I don't do that because it at least when we've tested it in the past, it jumps you back to live. So like it basically pretends as if you were watching for that entire duration, even though you weren't. And so if you want to see what you missed, you then have to like rewind, which I think is terrible. But if YouTube just paused the stream whenever you go into an ad and then resumed from your location when you got back, and you could just, you know, like do like a higher playback speed and catch up, that would be incredible. That would be, I would probably do automated ads then. Because like I said, it's a much higher, like the payout on them is much higher. Like unfortunately, like nearly double. So that would be a really big consideration for me if it blocked it or if it paused it. I'll have to do more tests. I didn't get an ad because I don't get YouTube ads. Well, yeah, I have neither do I. I get premium. So that's why I can't like test it. I would have to go onto an account that doesn't have YouTube premium, and I would have to like test it out. Yeah, and watch people I care about on mobile with no blocking. It's not a perfect system. I mean, that seems fair enough. Yeah. My favorite game is that thing on the couch, a sweater or a dog. That's a doggy. I know, because they're so they're just total black fur. You can barely even tell. Yeah. But yeah, so if that break screen that I now, if they allowed me, because right now if I go into monetization and I do mid rolls, this I don't think is going to trigger breaks, quote unquote. This is going to trigger ads, which is not good. But even this, if I could like schedule the mid rolls at like a set frequency, although, well, actually, let's see if they've updated this at all. Show ads to viewers at different times. Wait, what? Oh, when they join the stream. Oh, weird. Yeah. I mean, honestly, because I do 30-minute intervals on the VODs. If it was the fact that it would pause the stream and then you just had to watch at a slightly higher playback speed, I might do this. Because it'd be nicer than having to insert them manually. But I don't know. I'm not gonna do testing, like that sort of testing during prime time. We're just gonna keep going. Maybe I'll do some test streams at some point. I have a black poodle on my couch. I get it. Yeah. Usually you are the pillow for the pets. Oh yeah. This one will let us lay our heads on her because she's big enough. The one that's behind me will not. She does not accept being a pillow. She only has she only accepts having pillows. And this one's so crazy. She's so cute. This one is like a constructor dog. She will grab blankets and pillows to like construct her own little bed. And she will like push pillows into position on the couch if they're there for her to lay her head on. She's a little tiny human. It's crazy.
Oh boy, some things never die.
That's a legacy.
Such
Yeah.
great
It is
links.
legacy. It's true. It's pretty great.
Such great links.
If I've done nothing. One of the downsides of having hundreds of hours of video of you on the internet is those are everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all
It
made
doesn't go
awful
away.
faces and said stupid things.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I'm glad you guys come to
I think
enjoy
they've
it.
seen us all pick our noses.
Yeah,
Probably, yeah. Someone do a supercut, please.
Yeah.
No.
Don't. But
Do you like guys?
I have a. You're a horrible person. I have 2 guns to fix at some point.
Okay, go make some repair checks while you're working on that.
All right. Do I get a bonus if I'm not in the middle of combat, or does that just it's still the same tinkering? chase?
Same tinkering check. I just
Okay. So number 1. Yes, that goes well. That was a 17. That was on the Animus, and then bad news, which is slightly easier to fix for some reason, does not fix.
okay. So bad news.
Bad news.
So bad news is,
Bad
is
news.
broken.
Yeah, bad news. Bad news. You're gonna need supplies to fix.
Yeah, I need to sit down with some money and spend some
Yeah.
money on it.
Okay.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah. When,
I cleaned the dishes.
Did we loot the giant yet?
yes, the giant was looted.
That's what that
You're
was.
trying to
That
carve
wasn't-
something out of the
No, we
Ember Rock.
did it.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Check.
Go make an initiative check
And
with
the
it. With
sanity
advantage.
Gil, don't fuck me, Gil. Gil, god damn it, Gil. But with advantage, it is a 25.
Oh.
Damn it, Bill.
It's,
Damn it, Gil.
Armor kill.
it's hard to pull a lot from the body because as the nature of the Ember Rock, as it passes away, body parts of it are going to turn to ash. But you do manage to pull from a portion of its torso what's called Ember Rock oil. It is a flammable liquid that burns like a napalm.
Like napalm?
You get about roughly a gallon of it to extract.
What?
The rest of it's ruined for it.
Is this like
Ember Rock oil.
It's worth about 750 gold.
Okay, I've obviously talked a fuckload about Matt's looting and looting sequences and them taking things off of corpses, you know, whatever. I like this. Like, sure, attach a gold value to it, but the idea of, okay, if you like skin off or if you like extract things from a monster, I like the idea of you either get nothing or you get this thing that is like a consumable that you can use that burns like napalm. That's very fun. That's very fun. I don't like it when it is just gold in a trench coat. You know what I'm saying? That's not my jam. I either want, if you're like looting things off of people, I want them to be interesting. It should either be interesting, gold, a specific like crafting ingredient that they're already looking for, or, and I've never like really thought about this until I just saw this. I also think a fourth option is something that is inherently useful. So like the dragon scales that they have, not inherently useful. But it's pretty easy to see how that could be a relatively specific crafting ingredient, so I'm cool with it. As opposed to this, which is just, like I said, instantly useful. I like that a lot. But like, for example, something like my players just fought troglodytes. Even if they had like been like, can I extract anything useful from the troglodytes? No. Troglodyte hide is, sure, it might be valuable in some circumstances, but it's not like an obvious crafting ingredient to anything. And like, if I think through it, I might be able to do something like this, but it's not immediate. You know what I'm saying? Dragon corpses have full shields and usable plate armor hiding in their armpits. Yeah. I think monster parts are cool in conjunction with Xanathar's craft. I agree with that. I super agree with that. Like, and that's what I say, like, monster parts that they are like searching for to craft. I don't typically like, I don't require it necessarily, but I heavily encourage my players to have like a formula and like a list essentially of what they want to craft before they are going to be able to even like harvest the necessary ingredients. Because like you can know generally how to skin something, But especially for like monster biology, I think the idea of knowing how to harvest useful ingredients from like any given monster based on a check, frankly, a little ridiculous. I think that's a little silly. I think it is at least at the bare minimum. In my head, it makes a lot more sense if they are going out in search of those ingredients already. So they have already had an idea of the ingredient that they're looking for, and I can, bend and wiggle a little bit to where, they already knew they were looking for this ingredient. They read a book on how to extract it. But otherwise, how are you going to know how to extract a troglodyte's fucking stench gland without having researched that ahead of time? I think even for something like the Ranger, I think that's a big stretch, frankly. Maybe for the Ranger, I'll at least give them the option of a check. But honestly, maybe only on their favorite enemies. Maybe that's actually a really good example of something that I think should be unlocked by favorite enemies. That makes total in fiction sense to me of okay, their favorite enemy, they know how to extract all of the useful ingredients, use every part of the buffalo, so to speak. But even for something that is not their favorite enemy, that they have not pre-looked into, that they just happen to run into over the course of adventuring. Again, something like dragon scales or a Tarrasque horns, something that is easily identifiable and, at least in my head, not delicate to extract. That's fine. And something that I think would be obviously useful within a crafting recipe. I think that any reasonable adventurer might on the spot theorize about how to use this in crafting. Dragon scales, chainmail, or scale mail. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? But again, something like a troglodyte stench gland, it's delicate. The crafting implications are not obvious. I don't think so, unless they have pre-researched it. Rangers and Druids, though Rangers need it more, both get this option in my games. My one player loves player nature people also love playing nature people also loves crafting. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I think I could buy it for Rangers and maybe Druids, both within the context of the animals that they are of the animals or monsters that they are familiar with. But yeah, broadly, I think just I extract, the ingredients, it's a little bit much for me. What do you think about dragons associated with harvesting monsters? Fugu preparation type of thing. I might need a little bit more explanation on what exactly you mean, because I'm not fully understanding the question. So I don't know. Because they love crafting and it's their thing, it's also built into their character backstory. Okay. Yeah. I can see that. And it's 50% of their character fantasy, so I gotta say yes. And there's always, as I have talked about, there's always bending of my rules for my players, because I want my players to have a good time. And I'd even be, I think there's something to be said for, it can depend on the class. I would agree, Rangers need it a lot more. There's a possible way to turn it into a feat. I think there's a lot of ways to kind of flex around it. Dangers as in dangerous. Oh, the actual harvesting of the monster is dangerous? Extracting a poison gland might poison you sort of thing? Oh, yeah, that. Okay. I don't mind it. I think unless how do I say it? Crafting and extracting and harvesting are pretty what I might call like low support in D&D. Like there's not a lot of rules built around it, and there's not like not a lot of necessity for rules built around it. Comparing it to something in my head like say like the Monster Hunter games, where it's all about harvesting things and crafting things with those monster parts. D&D doesn't have a lot of mechanical support around that. And so I think it would really it would be very like table tone dependent. I think that if you're wanting to go for a more like dangerous, gritty tone, that could work. You know, there's danger lurking around every corner. Even attaining your rewards post-combat could be dangerous. I could see something there. If you're using third-party rules for, that do add more mechanical support to things like harvesting and crafting and all that, I think that there's something to be said there. But broadly, if I'm just like going on like base 5e, I don't want to add too much complication to it because there is so little like mechanical support there. So I want to get kind of through it and past it as quickly as maybe not as quickly as I can. That I shouldn't say that. But with as little mechanical implications as possible. Which, like, me saying no to, like, can I harvest anything from that? No. that is even going towards that goal. You know what I'm saying? If there was more mechanical support for things like harvesting and crafting, there's a little bit of mechanical support for crafting. And that's why I start it there and then go to harvesting, because there's so little for harvesting that I want to boil it down to either yes, no, or one check. That's it. And that one check is like a yes or no for me. I don't do like a gradient of success when it comes to like harvesting monster ingredients. To me, it's a very straightforward thing. Unless maybe if there's like multiple monsters. So if there's like 5 troglodytes, maybe I have some gradients of success there. But that's where I kind of land on it. I don't think that D&D is necessarily the system for that sort of fantasy. So either if that fantasy supports other things that you're going for at your table and that D&D does support, broadly, I think that can be good. Or if it's like really tied into one of your player fantasies, you know what I'm saying? IMO harvesting and crafting doesn't engage narrative, so it's not appealing. Narrative in the moment. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly something to be said about it theoretically being able to. Like, if that's something that you're into, or if that's something that your players are into, like Daniel Grace's character, or player, I shouldn't say character. The player where like crafting and harvesting are like half of their class fantasy. I'm sure that they narratively engage. Or even if they don't, that's something that they enjoy. I have a DM that I've played for that is like very into Monster Hunter, is always the crafter class, like was an artificer in D&D, like is always into that sort of stuff, and they really dive into the narrative of it. But it's just, it's not there by default. I think you need some sort of exterior reason or exterior interest. So my default answer is like, nah, minimize it where possible. But if you have another reason to support it or to maximize it, then I think you can go down it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
If you were to try and sell it,
Worth 7 of it.
it's very volatile depending on how you store it, just so you're aware.
Speaking of downsides to
Cool,
harvesting
man.
it.
All right.
Man, drop some Mentos into it.
Seriously, that
I'm gonna. Percy, do you have any vials left?
In theory, I should have some vials left. Let's take a look.
I can hold a gallon?
Not a gallon's worth.
Not
but
a gallon,
actually,
but
I'll-
I just want a couple, and I hand a couple to Bex and Bats.
Oh.
It's just a couple vials of the
Oh, nice.
So you guys have a vial of ember rock oil.
Nitroglycerin.
yep, nitroglycerin.
Kind of,
Yeah.
in a way.
You can
Impact
either make a
and-
really great Molotov cocktail or maybe
Or
some
does it need
flaming arrows.
ignition?
I don't know.
You're not certain.
You're sure.
The material, the book that you have that details some of these creatures, body parts thing that you found earlier in the campaign, it doesn't tell you details of how the actual liquid is triggered. It just says that it is fiery and burns very hot.
It's like the goo from Ghostbusters 2. Talk angry.
Talk sweet.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Man.
Singing.
That's a movie?
As you guys are
happy.
taking this moment to figure this out, eventually you hear what sounds like the crumbling of stone, and a few rocks kind of tumble out of the broken, open entrance to the fortress. And you watch as a couple of guards begin to come out, their eyes kind of wide, look like they're armored and ready to make the final stand. Among them, you see General Ellie Gorfan, the female head of this particular regiment in
And?
Fort Daxio,
Oh.
and Kima.
And but what about
You see
Allura?
them all emerge from it. Ellie kind of looks out to the rest. So you've done well. A little late, but thank you for the assist. We're gonna begin to gather our dead. And she kind of walks forward and gives you all a nod as she kind of puts her helmet back on, puts her blade aside, and begins helping their soldiers begin to gather the dead in a pile. Kima kind of steps up. You can see her teeth are clenched, and there's just still like a shaking rage in her fists, and what looks to be like streaks of dried tears across her cheek. Xanthus betrayed us all. He arrived alone, bloodied, asked for aid and protection. And since Allura recognized him, we let him in. He was here for a short time, saying how bad things had become at Iman, and he went and spoke with Allura alone. Something sensitive, and we found her 10 minutes later. Come with me.
What? You serious?
Oh shit. Okay. Xanthus and acted like he was fleeing and asked for shelter, spoke to was let in on Allura's approval. And then they found her 10 minutes later? Was that what I just heard? We found her. Oh, yeah. And asked to speak to her alone. Something sensitive. They found her 10 minutes later. What year was this? 2017. When did Xanathar's come out? Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Because I might know what this is. 2017? Book by Wizards of the Coast, blah, blah, blah. November 15th, 2017. When is this? Oh, this is January 2017. So Xanathar's hadn't come out yet. Ooh. I don't know what this is then. Because this sounds a lot like a certain bard subclass. This sounds a lot like College of Whispers from Xanathar's. College of Whispers is from Xanathar's, right? Am I crazy? Or is this from Tasha's? Oh, I wish it would tell you. Wait. Bard College of Whispers. Now I'm just curious. College of Whispers. What book was this published in? Okay, it wasn't Xanathar's. Okay. This sounds like Words of Terror. Like that's instantly what I thought of when I thought of when I heard like he asked to speak to her alone. You infuse innocent seeming words with an insidious magic that can inspire terror. You speak to a humanoid alone for at least 1 minute. You can attempt to seed paranoia into its mind. At the end of the conversation, it makes a whiz save or is frightened of you or another creature of your choice. This target is frightened in this way for 1 hour. And then all this. Yeah. If the target succeeds on its saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to frighten it. Super cool feature, by the way. There's a lot of things that could, like, go wrong within it. But at 3rd level, I think it's a fun feature, especially because it's paired with a combat upgrade. And I think one of the things that I love about it is that it requires actually a pretty steep setup cost of you have to speak to them alone for a minute. But if you fail, it's very like low risk because if they succeed the saving throw, they have no idea that you tried to frighten them, which I think is fun. Yeah, I really like Words of Terror. Anyways, so that's what my mind immediately went to was Words of Terror. But I don't know what else it might be. I mean, it could always be a sort of soft magic frightening or charming. He seemed like a relatively high caster. So it's always possible that there's just like a high level enchantment spell. Spell school. Like this just feels very enchantment coded. And he could have been a bard. He gave more wizard energy to me. Could have been. Is she dancing? Did he autos irresistible dancer? No. How long does autos last? Oh, it only lasts a minute. That wouldn't work. How long does Power Word Pain last? 10 feet. Oh, it's just like at the end of each of its turns, it repeats the save. That wouldn't work. How long does Power Word Stun last? A lot of the power words don't last very long. Maybe Befuddlement? Maybe Befuddlement. Because this is at the end of every 30 days. Ooh. That could be it. Anyways, I think it's some sort of high-level enchantment. Yeah. Remember, there exists a very pretty line that we should all hold collectively. Lol. Words of Terror, aka gaslighting. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so cool. Oh man. Okay, let's see.
Come with me.
Come with her. Let's see.
Steps over the stone and kind of leads you inside of the fortress.
My biggest fear.
She turns the corner and kind of stops, staring into the room. And as you guys approach and kind of...
I thought you didn't like enchantment. I don't like charms. I've realized, honestly. Because I mean, in general... Okay, maybe I should make a distinction. What I think is cool and interesting for a story versus what I think is terrifying and scary. Enchantment is easily the most terrifying and scary school of magic to me. Bar none across the board. Enchantment is so scary, it should be illegal in every self-respecting, even medium magic setting. It should be far more feared than something like necromancy. That said, the thing that I don't, or the type of enchantment that I don't find narratively interesting or mechanically interesting is at the top of the list is possession. I think possession is terrible. And then lower, I think charms are like 50-50. I think sometimes charms are very interesting and sometimes they aren't. I think it can kind of go either way. But frightening, like frightening stuff, modifying your memory, super scary, but very narratively interesting. Like most of the enchantment school, honestly, I think is very interesting. Scary, but interesting. There's just a few, like full dominates I don't love. full on dominates and charms. I kind of go back and forth on anything that makes you like a full on puppet. I think has to be handled carefully, mostly because it essentially like it takes away a lot of agency from the player. And it takes away agency from some of the other players at the table. And like that, if handled delicately and with care, can be interesting, but I think is often not. So yeah. And then like full on like ghost possession, which is like, questionable if that should even be considered enchantment. But like when a specter or something possesses a player, I hate that. I hate that because it lacks all of the narrative juiciness, and it only has like the mechanical and gameplay downsides, in my opinion. Unless you like really inject a lot of narrative to it. So I guess I shouldn't say I always hate it, but I think it takes a lot of legwork on the side of the DM to make it a like justifiable trade-off. Yeah. I love the idea of making a Killgrave like bard going to level 20 in College of Eloquence. Oh yeah. Enchantments as a whole are terrifying if real. Sometimes of enchantment are far worse than others though. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Friends is terrifying, but society could function. Modify memory is society destroying. Yeah, it is. I mean, what level is modify memory? This is honestly why when we talked about this is a really good example of why I care about the level of magic of a setting and variance therein. So like when they first got to Fort Daxio and we were talking about like magical variation within the setting, when I was talking about the airship, all of those sorts of things. I think this applies to like something like Skyrim, right? Skyrim has a weird level of magical variance. If you look at the magical power that is available to most people, just broadly, it's a high magic setting. But all of the world building implies low magic, or at least medium. And I think that really matters when it comes to like verisimilitude and like things feeling right. You know what I'm saying? And feeling like interesting. And Modify Memory is a great example. It's 5th level. In most of my worlds that I've run, 5th level magic is like, there's like a dozen, it's less than 100 people in the world that have access to like 5th level magic. Probably less than 100. And so when you constrain the magic like that, you don't have to bake in like considerations for things like Modify Memory into your world building. But if, a 5th level caster is, not to say common, but could be expected in any major settlement, or not a 5th level caster, but a caster that can cast 5th level spells. If that could be expected in any given settlement of substantial size, that suddenly becomes something you kind of have to take into account. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Have you watched MHA? MHA? Does My Hero Academia? I have not. I have heard. I've gotten it recommended to me. I've gotten it recommended by one of my buddies who watches a lot of anime. It's like My Hero Academia is on the list. Berserk is on the list. Mob Psycho 100 is on the list. There's quite a few animes. I need to get back into Delicious in Dungeon. Unfortunately, man oh man, I'm so not into food. The Delicious in Dungeon is actually a little bit of a hard watch. Like, I found it really intriguing and novel at the beginning, and I find the characters very, pretty compelling, but the focus on food is like actually a net negative for me, even though I think it's like a good artistic choice. Like, I think that the show would be degraded if the focus on food was not there. But like, it might just not be for me, unfortunately. I feel really bad about that because I'm really interested in it, but I don't know. I'm gonna try to push through at some point. But I got more anime on the list. There's a guy aspiring to be a hero there that has basically a mind power, and there's this whole stigma about it because it's clearly a villain power. It's clearly a villain power. Clearly. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. It is clearly a hero power. The Spectre stuff in the Daggerheart demo campaign did it right. Possession, but with narrative juicy. Yeah, I agree. That's I think it baked in a lot, and it also is more like a stun than like a full-on possession, which I think was good. Yeah. The quintessential enchantment villain is Kilgrave. Yeah, absolutely. Kilgrave is so existentially scary without being that powerful. He's a really good example of a very heavy air quotes, not that powerful villain that is like so terrifying. So terrifying. Like theoretically, Thanos is more powerful than Kilgrave. But I think Kilgrave is scarier, just broadly. Yeah. Easiest way to do that in world building is have there be no schools that they teach above a certain level. Though if you take your players past there, you need some way for them to do it. Yeah. I agree. Like, I think in like a basic reasonable setting, I think even in high magic, what I would call high magic, I think limiting 99% of the populace to like level 1 and 2 spells and cantrips is going to but at least account for most of the really bad, or like, it will let you get by with minor world building accommodations. Once like the 99% can get to like the 3, 4, 5 level, that's when you unlock things like flight and like things that would just like, I've given my fucking rant about how create bonfire would modify society so much that it's unrecognizable. But that requires like a lot of steps of thought as to why that would happen. When you get to like 3rd, 4th, and 5th level spells, it doesn't require any train of thought. It requires like one level of thought to be like, oh, that wouldn't be good. That's available to like most people. Ooh. Yeah. My recommendation for Meg to watch Jessica Jones season 1. So I have seen Jessica Jones season 1, or at least most of it. I don't know what it is. This is very normally I like to analyze and have like reasons and not just like go purely on gut instinct. I don't know what it is, man, but I find the actress who plays Jessica Jones, I don't even think she's doing like a poor performance, but I find it for some reason nearly unwatchable. I cannot explain it. I have no critical analysis that explains my thoughts here. It is just a gut feeling. I cannot watch her act. I've seen her in other stuff. She's in Gilmore Girls. And like anytime she is on screen, I want to turn the TV off. She's probably lovely. And I don't think she's a bad actress. But something about it like triggers my fight or flight, specifically the flight. I want to leave the room. I can't. I'm being a little hyperbolic. Not much. I do not like watching her perform. So unfortunately, Jessica Jones is a little off the table. Yeah. Most magic in D&D is dangerous and evil. What good can you do with a fireball? I think you can think down the rabbit hole of what good you can do with a fireball, or at least here's how I would put it. I view the process and the training necessary to cast a fireball similar to the training and processing that is necessary to do something like create bonfire. You know, it is like creating fertilizer also created dynamite. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are just things and processes in the world where you can either create mosquito nets, but with the same factory and materials, you can also create, like, bullets. You know? And I view fireball similarly. Now, what does it say about... I think it's pretty basic, actually. What it says about D&D, that most of the spells are of the dangerous variety rather than the helpful. I think it says that D&D is a combat-focused system. And there probably are a ton of really helpful, cool ways that magic could be used. But D&D is focused on combat. Yeah. Yeah. Purple Man got the evil superpower. Yeah. It's interesting that it evades analysis, but sometimes you just don't like a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Like everything that I think about, when I think about why I don't like other things, none of them apply to that actress and her performance. I cannot pin it down. It is like this ineffable X quality that some people have, and she has like a negative version of it. Like, I'm trying to think of what someone else who's like an X quality for me. Oh, I mean, before he passed, Anton Yelchin, shout out. Incredible, incredibly tragic. He was taken far too soon. He has the opposite of this, where like I look at his performances. Odd Thomas is one of my favorite movies ever. And like by all accounts, it should be like a relatively trash B movie, but Anton Yelchin and his performance is not like, I think his performance is very technically good, but it's not fucking, you know, it's not The Irishman, right? It's not fucking Goodfellas or The Godfather. It's a very good performance, but he has the opposite. He has this X Factor quality in the shows that he was in that I cannot explain, but I'm riveted when Anton Yelchin was on the screen. And the actress for Jessica Jones has the exact opposite of that for me. She has whatever he has, she has the negative version of it. And I have no explanation for it. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard for me to watch him be so despicable. I get that. Yeah. I don't like Kristen in most things. I'm assuming that's the JJ actress. Because she's typecast as people I don't like. Preppy, vapid, but I love her in JJ because she's the exact opposite. That's fair. Yeah, that's very fair. Alfred Nobel, who created dynamite, hated it himself because he did it to help building and mining, but it got used to kill. Exactly. That's how I view magic, is very similar to that. Similar to, you know, nuclear fission and fusion being used for energy and bombs. You know, power plants and bombs. These things, the magics in D&D absolutely could be put to more productive uses and non-destructive uses. But I think broadly, yeah, D&D is a combat-focused system. It's not a, you know, post-apocalypse where you're trying to survive and you're trying to like figure out how to manage your resources. More productive magic would have a more fitting place within that sort of setting, I think. Yeah. I think NPC magic would be less combat focused than player available spells. I think so too. I think it absolutely should be. And like the one, I mean, there's like a very practical reason for this, but like one thing that I always remind DMs and players alike is all of the spells that we are aware of in D&D are explicitly called out by every rulebook. Not every spell that exists. there is raw rationale to create your own spells. And for all the DMG's faults, the DMG walks you through how to create your own spells in Dungeons and Dragons 5e, at least. So there's definitely very much room for you to create your own kind of productive versions of these spells. Yeah, I don't think it would sell, but it'd be interesting to see a setting book that was filled with non-combat spells. It would be. I also don't think it would sell, but it'd be interesting to see a segment on it, kind of like the common magic items segment in Xanathar's. It would be interesting to see a non-combat spell segment. Yeah. What would be a level 9 household spell? I don't know. That'd be that's an interesting creative exercise. You know what? Let me think about it for a second. Let me get rid of modified. Let me just look at like enchantment, 9th level spells. Probably going to be the closest by default to like household type stuff. I mean, Power Word Heal is a pretty obvious one. Let's think. Yeah. So it's what target regains all hit points. Yeah, I mean, Power Word Heal, resurrection spells are very straightforward there. I think there's a lot of defensive, but that's not really a household thing. Something like Sanctify, like something that like prevented demons or demonic influence for like a year, something like Sanctified Holy Ground, something around like Fecundity, something that maybe made someone fertile that wasn't before, or helped people, helped like an entire colony or settlement get pregnant, something like that. I could see something there. Some sort of like long-term enchantment that kept up maintenance, like an anti-erosion enchantment or an anti and I'm using the word enchantment loosely, not as in the D&D school, but as in like a permanent thing that you place. Like an anti-erosion or an anti like entropy enchantment that like reduces the need for just like maintenance around the area. I think something along those lines could be interesting. I think you would see a lot of like household spells have longer durations than combat, because combat is quintessentially a pretty short-term project, to put it clinically, let's say. Combat is not normally a long-term thing, and if it is, it moves around. So I think you would see a lot of non-combat, like household type stuff, be things that are maybe less flashy than a combat spell, but last for a longer duration. Even compare something like the mosquito nets to the bullets that I mentioned earlier, right? A mosquito net is like a long-term investment of that material and that manufacturing time. A bullet, pop, done. Unless you like, I guess, scavenge it and reload, whatever. Like do like a reloading bench type thing, but that's just, that's recycling. So I think that's what you would see from a lot of like household or non-combat spells and situations, is flashier or not as flashy and less powerful effects that have longer durations than maybe their more combat-oriented counterparts. Yeah. Especially for a setting that is extreme, like a frigid wasteland. Yeah, I think that like non-combat stuff could really work if they like. It would have been really interesting if they'd included some more non-combat or household or survival type spells in something like Dragons of Icespire Peak or Frostwind Dale. I don't know. I mean, I guess I haven't read Frostwind Dale. I don't know if they did. I think I'm pronouncing it, or I think I've got the right name, right? Frostwind Dale? Icewind Dale, not Frostwind. Yeah, like an Icewind Dale section on like non-combat spells. That could be cool. There's got to be some low-level cantrip spell that would just make normal life livable in a frigid wasteland. I mean, create bonfire. I'll go back to forever. Is like the most flexible spell in D&D because it's a cantrip. For most people, cure wounds is the same as heal. They don't have a strong enough HP for it to matter. That's true. That's true. The video upload date isn't the date it was streamed. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's what's the discrepancy on it? December 1st, 2016, January 11th. Okay, so within 2 months-ish. That might matter at some point. Okay, good to know. Yeah. Oh, I mean, also Goodberry. Yeah, Goodberry's a good example. The discussion reminds me of Stewpot, the TTRPG about retiring from adventuring. Yeah. There's a lot of and that is ultimately what I'm kind of getting at when I say, like, you know, at the end of the day, D&D is a combat oriented TTRPG. And that's why the spells are combat oriented. Is these sorts of non-combat spells could certainly have their place in D&D, but are going to be more prevalent and or, I mean, often more useful in other TTRPGs a lot of the time.
Motions for you to follow her. You walk up to one of the small meeting chambers, the one that you met.
Also, Jesus, I gotta play more. I gotta play more Critical Role. There have been too many tangents. I gotta play some CR.
Ellie with me first arrived here. And as you begin to approach, Kima kind of turns back and says, "It's okay. Friends are here." And you walk in and you see Allura kind of sitting, looking really scared in the corner in her robes, sitting on a chair, kind of their knees pulled to her chest, and just kind of... Her eyes widen as she sees you all, and she kind of just gets up from the chair, runs over, and the person who's probably the first to walk in there would probably be Keyleth at this point, and just wraps her arms around you and just holds you for a second and shakes.
Are you okay? What happened? I thought you were dead for a second.
And she kind of backs away.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. What's your name?
She's been
feeble-minded.
Can you-
Did she cast I
Greater restoration?
I turned to Kima.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so some doesn't appear to be able to talk and or had her int reduced. Feeble mind is a good guess. It's a good guess.
Was it feeble-mind?
I don't know what that is. I don't...
Did she...
Can you help her?
Yes.
Pycan.
It's a restoration spell.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Greater Restoration on her. Can I
have it?
I have it. Can I cast? I don't have any 5th level left yet. Ooh, wow, I don't have any 5th level left, but I have a 7th.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
cast it at a 7th?
You do have a 7th.
Yeah, can I cast it at that?
Oh, you can definitely cast it.
Okay,
at a
I'll do
higher
that.
level, yeah. Doesn't affect it, but you can.
Fuck.
Oh no!
No,
Just
no.
burning a heart. Just do it though.
It doesn't mean that
means
it's,
it
it's
doesn't
still a
affect
5th
the
level.
power
Oh,
of the
okay.
spell.
Level.
It doesn't make it a
Oh.
more powerful spell.
Sorry, this is
Just
so
burning a 7.
stressful.
Okay. So as you approach, Kima, as you begin to walk forward, your hands begin to glow. As you reach up your holy symbol, beginning to burn with a bright, whitish orange color that mingles with the red and gold of the armor across your chest. As the glow sparks in your fingers, she goes,
It's okay. I'm gonna help you.
I try and calm her as best as I can to help Pike. Any assistance I can provide.
And I
She
just
reaches
grab
forward
her
and
hands.
slowly touches and grabs your hand. And as it does, you watch as the light transfers from your hands and gauntlets into her arms and upper sleeves. She kind of winces from it, but you keep holding her tight. And as it passes up through, reaches her mind, her face, the glow kind of passes through and lifts off her like this gentle steam that kind of lifts off her. Her eyes roll back for a second, then close. You are a godsend, my dear.
Oh, I grab her and hug her.
She pulls you in for a big hug and lifts you up off the ground for a second before she, oh, you're heavy now. Puts you back down.
There's so much armor on.
That you do, that you do. As she pulls back, she looks to you all, and immediately, Grog and Vex, you feel yourself pushed apart as Kima rushes up and just grabs her around the side and says, don't do that again! Kind of holds her for a second, and Allura just kind of rubs her hair. I'm sorry, I should have been careful. We needed allies. I didn't know. And Kima says, you shut up. And she reaches up and gives her a kiss. And she kind of takes her and holds her to her chest as Allura holds her, and you hear Kima kind of quietly sobbing for a moment. She goes, well, it seems that things have moved forward a bit quicker in your absence. I think it's time to find what we have at our disposal and do what we can to finish this before it comes on us.
Okay, we're about to go into an ad, which is why I'm pausing a little bit early. Okay, so it was something along these lines, something that Greater Restoration can fix. I will have more to say about that when we come back from the break. I think that this. Oh, we're gonna go into it too soon. I don't even want to start it. I think I'm just gonna leave you on a little bit. what's up? Hello. All right, we're back, and I'll go quick because we've got a lot of Critical Role to watch. But the thing that I wanted to note is I think that this little moment, especially given that they have Pike, Pike has greater restoration, this was going to be resolved within, one long rest. And I think it is just maybe we'll call it the cherry on top of like driving home what them being around means, if that makes sense. Like, there's the broad implication of like, you weren't at Fort Daxio, so when it got attacked, it, pretty quickly fell. And that, I think, really got driven home over the first part of the episode. But then this makes it even more personal. Like, there's a broad thing of like, okay, like, your strategy was disrupted because, you went off and did this side quest. But this is a much, much more personal sort of, not attack necessarily. That's too, that has like the wrong connotation. But this is a much more personal like impact on them that is theoretically very similar to the Fort Daxio impact, but it is impacting like people that they care about. All in all, Fort Daxio and Allura, I wouldn't necessarily call them like equivalently helpful. Allura is probably more helpful, like broadly, as a very powerful caster. But like, there's something to be said for just like bodies that Fort Daxio has at its disposal, and the in the defenses and all that. So they're at least in the same order of magnitude of helpful, I would say. But Allura is so much more personal to them than she just opened the door, god damn it. The dog. But Allura's a much more personal impact on them, which is very, I think, is good and interesting, and not something I might have thought to do, frankly. But I really like it. I think it's a great choice. It was probably an attempt at foreshadowing as well. The PCs now know that the bad guys have this sort of capability. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that this episode has done for the story. There's so much. And I talked a lot about last stream, like the more like game flow of like actions and consequences. But I think it was G. Herkub in the comments talking about like the narrative flow of this and like the narrative setup and implications and like good storytelling beats that are being hit here, which I think is also a very appropriate lens to look at this through. But man, I think like, even though it's not like super flashy of an episode, like there's nothing that I think like hit, any crazy highs. It is such a good episode in terms of like, just so far, in terms of like its utility within the story and within the game, and like all of these things that it's doing like all simultaneously, setting up that Thordak has powerful human collaborators, setting up that they can't just trust everyone that they see, that Thordak like will send out spies, but he will also send fucking fire giants and fire rocks. Like, there's so much that this set up about Thordak's side and their capabilities relative to Vox's side. So much that it's set up about like the consequences of Vox's actions. Not even like positively or negatively, just like that they need to like consider where they are. They can't just trust that things are safe without them. And that goes for forts and friends. yeah, man, there's so much that this did. Also, for me, there's a very small part of this that at the very least, it makes me trust Allura a little bit more. Or at least trust that if she is a accidental collaborator, that it is truly accidental. Because I've been theorizing for a while that Allura was getting kind of strung along by the Arcana Pansophical. That, like, the Arcana Pansophical is evil, and Allura is a part of it, but doesn't realize that it's evil. Like, they are using her. And this entire sequence kind of puts me even more in that mindset. At the very least, it confirms even more to me that Allura is certainly not actually evil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to me, this 100% confirms that she trusts and likes Vox. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It would be a real 9,000 head play to like pull this off, which, like, if you're in a political intrigue campaign, maybe this is a 9,000 level play that, like, two collaborators pull off together. But I doubt it. I doubt it. They've been ignoring material components for Great Restoration the whole campaign, but if they didn't, this whole situation would have so much more weight. Do they have diamond dust? Definitely not. Almost certainly not. And it's tough because it would have more weight. And that's something with a lot of, like, those sorts of mechanics. It's similar with rations. It's similar with, like, a lot of survival mechanics can be tedious until the moment where they add a fuckload more weight. And I'm not saying that material components are necessarily equivalent with survival mechanics, but I think they're kind of adjacent to each other. Because in most contexts, the material components are not difficult to get. I like the ones that are. But, like, diamond dust for a party like Vox Machina is probably not difficult to get. It's just, like, a chore that they have to, like, think about and prepare ahead of time. And broadly, I think that that's kind of tedious. And I don't, I'm not super into it, especially when, like, they're not hurting for gold. If they were hurting for gold, maybe it's a slightly different thing. But I think that broadly material components are tedious until the moment where they aren't. Yeah. So yeah, but we need to watch Critical Role. I can't talk too much. I'm feeling very talky and I can't talk too much. We gotta watch Critical Role. Did you receive any word
back from the armies?
They're about a day south of Iman. Single on his return. Mikhail is leading them northward. Wow. I haven't checked in. I'm sorry, I should have let you know. I couldn't. I didn't.
No, Kima. Allura, I'm sorry. We should have been those allies here by your side, and we weren't, and I'm sorry.
Well, it seems you found what you went for. Let's hope it makes a difference.
Yes, it seems it already has.
It's true.
It's true.
And we have something else. Where's the body?
What body?
We can interrogate him.
Xandris.
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah, we can.
I believe he's still on the wall.
How?
Get that fucker.
Just because he's dead doesn't mean he doesn't have to talk to us now.
I'll go get him. I'll go up and find the shit bag and bring it back.
At which point, Kima kind of pushes away from her head still down. It's like she kind of sniffles tears, looks up, and just kind of punches her in the shoulder. And the lurker comes back.
Formaldehyde.
Kind of rubs her shoulder. It's like,
do that.
I know.
Yeah.
You know.
I can absolutely.
He turns around and just walks out of the room and kind of a little bit of a huff, her lower lip kind of quivering. Allura now smiles for the first time since you came in. And kind of, all right, you can do your thing.
Okay.
Should I put him on the ground and just hold him? I'll hold him up.
So you bring back dragging his bloody body, leaving this trail through the fort. You have to, like, There's bits of rock and rubble around, and you're like, oops, just gonna drag him over them as you go.
Oh, my bad.
Arrow's still on his face.
Yep, that's pouring out.
Yeah.
All right, so that is a third level spell.
I have, because of the necklace, I have 1/3 level spell left. Because
Okay.
I've used 3.
Okay,
That's what I
so
have.
this would be the one.
That's it.
If you had it prepared, do you speak with that prepared?
Yep.
Alrighty, great.
What are we asking this one?
How many questions do you get?
3?
We get 3 questions.
What are we asking?
Ask closer to 5 questions.
Ooh.
I'm still.
Why are you such a dick?
You were always mean to us. Why?
You've been working with Thordak. What are his weaknesses?
Yeah.
Tell us
Yeah,
about. Tell us the
what do
name
you
of,
want?
yeah, the defenses of the city.
Yeah.
Just be aware of the rule too. The corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you're hostile to it and it recognizes you as an enemy.
So maybe just face it towards me.
Yeah, because you're nice.
I could put it back over his head.
You can also discern lies if you have high
Right,
insight.
right.
So, but this isn't like free answers. It's still an interrogation.
What if we put it back over his head?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's not very
Who would he
friendly.
trust? Lizard man? Scan man?
Allura?
Oh yeah, can you make yourself look like a lizard man?
I can make, yeah, sure, or I can make someone who we know talk. Yeah, but you're so good with words.
You're so good with
No, but I
words.
mean, I'm saying, who would he trust? I can make that person, and I
Yeah.
can make that person
I don't
talk.
know.
Technically, it's Pike asking the questions as it is her spell. So whatever question you want to ask, have to go through her.
We have the hat of
But I can
disguise.
change her
Can you give her the
appearance.
hat?
What
Can you give her the hat of disguise?
if you made yourself one of the lizard people and then you had her down?
I think he'll also
and you
know
were
that he's
using
dead.
her to get info for Thordak.
You think he'll know that
I
he's
think
dead?
he'll know that he's dead. I'm pretty sure that they know.
You think
that
he
they're
won't
dead.
care?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the trickery. I think maybe it's either. I would say it's probably either an appeal or a threat.
It just depends on
Let's
how
try the
devoted he
appeal.
is.
Let's build a game show set. He'll think he's on a Japanese game.
Wipe out.
Let's try to make him like us.
Let's try to make him like us. Like we were a friend and we're
Yeah.
sad that he died.
Yeah. Just
We
use
just need
it.
help.
Yeah, we'll all back out of you, especially me.
That doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Do we know anything about his family or his?
Threaten a dead man.
I can
Because
threaten.
we can always play bad cop too.
Yeah.
Threaten his family.
You guys have not engaged him beyond a brief fuck you type conversation.
Threaten his family?
I can
That's
threaten
really
cover
mean, you
I can
guys.
threaten him.
Oh, okay.
I can threaten him. I will threaten him if necessary, but we can try the
Play
carrot
good
before
cop
the
first.
stick.
Just talk to
Go,
him.
just
All
go.
right. So what are we asking? What are his
You're very
weaknesses?
pretty. Pike, you're
Has
so pretty.
has Thordak had a visit from Greenie?
Raishan.
Yeah.
Raishan.
Are there
How did they
secret,
find out where we were?
are there secret entrances into Amon that
Yeah,
are
that's a good
unguarded?
one.
What are the
Are there
strengths
secret
of
entrances?
their army? What are their weaknesses?
What does Thordak ultimately
Entrances from
want?
where? Into a mine.
Well, we kind of know.
Your world on everything.
Who does Thordak trust the most?
Who in the city, especially?
Yeah, who in the city does Thordak trust?
Have turned and worked for Thordak.
Do we
that's
want
a good
to
one.
ask him what he knows about the clasp's activity?
I think we're up to 20 questions now.
We've got 4. We've got 4.
Also, other questions may lead to other questions.
Yeah.
And we only have 5.
Okay, so that's good. Let's start with this, and then we'll see where it goes.
All right, what are you doing? Casting spell?
Yeah.
All right, so as Grok kind of throws it on the ground, skids for a second. You begin casting the spell. As you're casting it, Kima kind of walks up and just kicks it one more time and then walks away. You finish, and it takes you, it's a very quick action. As you finish it, you watch as the air.
Okay, so I will say something small. R.E. what G. Hercup just said. This episode, I got the impression that Ashley really likes D&D combat. Roleplay is difficult because of how little presence Spike had up to this point, but she seems to really give it all in combat. I was just talking to Paige about this. Actually, Paige might be able to explain it better. Let me see if she's doing something. She got home recently. Let me see if she's doing something or she could actually explain it. Because I don't want to exactly put words in her mouth because it isn't something I had thought about ahead of time, but when she said it, it made a lot of sense. One moment. Hey, babe. Are you free? Yeah. Could you come on stream? To explain something? What you said about like D&D combat being easier to roleplay during. I think that was like really. I thought that was very interesting and very insightful from a new player. She just went, "Oh God."
I don't know.
You just say it like you said it to me.
I don't remember what I said to you.
D&D combat is easier to roleplay during. I don't know. Because you have like turns. Because you have it be like, this is your turn, this is your turn, this is your turn. It is easier. Hello. Hi. Yeah. I don't know. Because because you have turns and it's like, oh, this is my turn to take the spotlight, it's a lot easier. And then even when it is other people's turns, when they're like looking through their sheet to decide, you know, what they're doing, it provides a very like normal lull that I can role play during. Whereas
Because you feel really, you told me during like the role play section at the beginning, or not the role play, but like the out of combat section, you had a lot of like fear about interrupting someone.
Yeah.
You know, if they were just like, you know, in the middle of like their thought process or something.
Yeah, or like, yeah, and I also talked about like I have 0 charisma in our campaign, and so I don't want to be the one talking to NPCs and then like need to roll and like fuck something up. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways.
Anyway, that's it.
You did great. Yeah, I don't know. She said that to me after the game, because midway through the game, it was like the first half was like very out of combat, very roleplay heavy, and we had a break between that and like the latter half, which was the combat. And during the break, she was like, "Am I doing better at interjecting?" And I was like, I was like, you know, you should talk and roleplay however much you want, but you're definitely like talking and roleplaying less than the other 2 players. And I do know that like you want to be on like equal footing with them. So I don't think from an outside perspective, it doesn't seem like you are accomplishing the thing that you want. And then we got to the combat and she roleplayed a bunch. Like more than the other 2 characters, very appropriately, I think. And afterwards, yeah, she was like, "Oh yeah, it was like nice to like have my turn explicitly," and I think that might be something very similar to what Ashley might have experienced in this episode, like especially for new players who don't have as much experience with just like the flow of a non-combat area, people that aren't very familiar with like the way that the other characters interact. The other characters might not be super defined yet, like especially at the beginning of a campaign. The other characters are still like, you know, the players are still kind of figuring out who and what their particular character is and how they act. And that sort of tumultuous time can be harder for like a new player, an inexperienced player, or someone who doesn't play very often to kind of hop into, you know? So yeah, I can see many reasons why someone might find it easier to RP during combat. Yeah. It is why I'm scared of non-initiative games. I hate to interrupt and it feels really bad, but almost every other system seems to think people can handle that. Why do you expect your group of social outcasts of playing a TTRPG to be good at a social thing? Yeah, I think I think that there is, like, you know, having played Daggerheart or Blades, I think that can definitely be a factor. Like I saw it play out in especially Blades, which is a no initiative system. You know, people just have to kind of pipe up. And it's definitely harder. It's I saw certain players handle it kind of better or worse. I think the big recommendation that I would give is one of my players is very good at piping up, we'll say. Very similar to me when I play. We have to actively hold ourselves back from piping up. And in the Blades in the Dark game, he went a very like, there's no exact like 1-to-1, but a very like rogue mastermind type character. So he was often explicitly and we kind of like cast him, even though there was no like actual leader, because he was the planner. He was kind of cast as the leader a lot of times. And the way that he handled that was like asking people questions and like kind of moderating the discussion to an extent. And I think if you are an experienced player at a table, maybe with some non-experienced players, taking on that role of like either the mastermind or the face or the intelligent person, someone where it makes a lot of in-fiction sense for them to constantly be piping up. But in that role, you divert attention over to the maybe not so experienced players. And the first few times that you do that, it'll probably make them uncomfortable, just straight up. But I think that having that sort of presence and that sort of role or person playing that role at your table will eventually work out to like giving that player the spotlight more regularly and helping them get into things. That would be my main recommendation. But honestly, you know, I played our Blades campaign for like 6 months, so I don't have the most experience in it. So take my recommendation with a bit of a grain of salt. I will try to say a thing and get talked over and then go silent and not add anything more for a while, even in real life, not just RP. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I get that. He's the only one who recognized how much everyone else talked over me in. Also, only girl. Yeah. And it can be hard for the DM to manage that. Like, they absolutely should try, but it is hard, especially if the DM doesn't have a like NPC surrogate in the scene. It can be very hard for the DM to like try and redirect that spotlight. Frankly, it's easier in combat. It's a lot easier for the DM to navigate that like that spotlighting in a combat than it is in a social situation. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I'm trying to cut myself off more because we need to watch. But yeah, I thought that was
mist around the corpse, and the mist kind of absorbs into the body, and all of a sudden the jaw just kind of opens. Air fills its chest, and the head leans up. The eyes still kind of staring off into the distance, but it seems to be addressing you, Pike.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk over to him, and I'm gonna put my hand on his face.
Aw.
I'm gonna say, my friend, I am so sorry that you've fallen in battle, but I had to bring you back to ask you some questions. I just got so nervous.
Where's the beef?
So we know that you've been working with Thordak, and I just have some questions. Has Thordak had a visit from Raishan?
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 22.
The head kind of creaks a little bit as it tilts upward. You can hear like the unnatural puppeteering of the body trying to speak. Not the spirit, but the body's memory.
He's had no visits. He speaks through his crystals.
Okay, we can do that.
How did they find that?
I need to record the questions and answers. And should I? I shouldn't. I want to try to not take into account. Well, should I? I'm debating if I should take into account the persuasion result, but I think I should, mostly because it represents the non-audible parts of things. Like, it is, checks represent things in the game. And so I think I should still take them into account, or at least write them down for something like an interrogation. Has Thordak had any visits from Raishan? Persuasion 22. No visits. He speaks through his crystals. Boop. All right. Oh, wait, fuck, that's the wrong button.
How do you
find Thordax here.
Well, he speaks to his crystals.
But we just don't know, like...
Well, some dickhead ratted us out.
I just have a couple or 4 more questions for you, and then I will let you go in peace. How did you know that we were at Fort Daxio?
Not but 2 days before, maybe less, scouting party left the mark. Saw activity at the fort. And when they checked, they saw you. And you were marked.
I remember this. There was a persuasion when the 2 twins were flying over the fort. Or not a persuasion, a perception check. I remember that. He said not, but 2 days before. Scouting party was around the fort. They saw the party.
Can you insight check Mark person?
Yeah, can we insight check him?
Who's marked?
Sure.
Vox Machina, I'm assuming. Considering
You
left
get the sense that might be what he's referring to, and you get the sense that long ago when you guys were high up in the broom,
Yeah, it was
looking
fucking
upwards
us.
of Mon, you missed seeing something that was
Something.
possibly.
I remember
check
that. We
for it.
didn't roll high enough on perception. I rolled a 24 on insight.
Okay. So far, none of the questions seem to be probing too deeply, and he seems to be on the level with Pike.
Okay. Do you know of any secret entrances into Iman?
Secrets. Just the Traverse Junction.
Traverse Junction. We've heard of that before.
Yeah, we have.
That's where he used to work. That's the
teleportation circle.
For the tunnels beneath. But those are where the clasp reign dominion.
2 more.
Who within the city still fights? Who within the city still fights against the dragon? Who will be our allies? Who can we trust?
That's a whole lot. Who within the city fights against Thordax?
Are we looking for allies? Like, who doesn't?
We want to know
the
who
lay of the
Thordax
land.
trusts, and we want to know who Thordax doesn't.
And that covers
We've only
it
got
all.
2 questions left.
But that question covers it
Thordax
all.
doesn't trust anybody.
Well, the class was clearly working for him now.
What?
No.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
You said the tunnels beneath
tunnels
the
beneath.
clasp reigns dominion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they've
That's
always,
where they.
That's theirs.
But
yeah, they've always been
they
done.
might still be resisting. I mean, a question.
Is anybody
Asking
else
resisting
resisting?
last time.
Asking this
Yeah.
shithead who still resists within the city will answer a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Let me just confirm the actual phrasing, because I think that she just said something different than the phrasing that I had written down, which was possibly different than the phrasing that was actually said. The clasp reigns dominion. Who within the city? That's the tunnels beneath. But those are where the clasp reign dominion. Okay. But those are where the clasp reign dominion. I mean, I'm assuming that there's like some slight fuckiness with the words there. I'm not taking the individual words too seriously. But okay. Also, bit of Meg as Marisha.
The teleportation circle.
For the tunnels beneath. But those are where the clasp reign dominion.
2 more.
Who within the city still fights? Who within the city still fights against the dragon? Who will be our allies? Who can we trust?
That's a whole lot. Who within the city fights against Thordax?
Are we looking for allies? Like, who doesn't?
We want to know
the
who
lay of the
Thordax trusts, and we want to know who Thordax doesn't.
And that covers
We've only
it
got
all.
2 questions left.
But that question covers it
Thordax
all.
doesn't trust anybody.
Well, the class was clearly working for him now.
What?
No.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
You said the tunnels beneath
tunnels
the
beneath.
clasp reigns dominion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they've
That's
always.
where they.
That's theirs.
But
Yeah, they've always been
they
done.
might still be resisting. I mean, a question.
Is anybody
Asking
else
this-
resisting
last
last
time.
time?
Asking this
Yeah.
shithead who still resists within the city will answer a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah,
questions.
yeah. That's that.
Who still think the city resists?
Thordax.
I have one job.
You understand where you're at?
Computer.
Say what one more
Who still in the city resists Thordak?
There are a few groups, but beneath the city, the resistance builds. We've tried to smoke them out, but they keep moving. could be.
Potentially.
Can I insight check him?
Sure.
Ask is it cake or pie?
Cake or death?
Cake or pie? What did you do for that?
Boxers of
18.
briefs. Boxers of briefs.
Kind of hard to read for a dead body, but seems to be
Only
legit.
up and up.
I'm open up again.
Anything else?
But is there anything else?
You got one more?
Allies.
Like, who does Thordak trust the most?
Or what does Thordak fear?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
What about, probably, what about Greyskull Keep? Because there was a tunnel from Greyskull Keep into the city.
He might not
He
even
might
know
not
that.
know.
Yeah.
So the tunnels.
Is there anything or anyone that Thordak fears the most?
Thordak has no fear. Thordak rules all.
Let's just pause really quick. Is there anything or anyone that Thordak still fears or fears? Or is there anything or anyone that Thordak fears the most? Thordak has no fear. Thordak rules all, I believe.
That Thordak fears the most?
Thordak has no fear.
Yeah.
Thordak rules all.
Inside check.
Yeah, inside check. 1.
2. You can't all make insight checks to cover for the last person
4.
failing.
No, but I've been inside checking the whole
I know,
damn
I know.
time.
But I get +2, so it's actually
She
4,
was
Matt.
good
So
enough.
spill
25.
his secrets.
25. Seems to be telling the truth from what he knows. You get the sense that that in a strange way, while this was an intelligent fellow, he was also kind of a sniveling patsy.
I'm Patsy.
And the way that Kima's kind of talked off the cuff since this began to happen, you began to prepare for the corpse. You know, she seems to have a history, at least her and Allura both have a history with him in the city, and he was basically kind of a spineless coward.
Cool.
Yeah, this is interesting. Because there are these two things that are clearly, triggering Marisha's note-taking sensibilities as well as mine. Because they seem to be referring to the same thing, but they are very explicitly, or not explicitly, very conspicuously not, right? This refers to the clasp. This refers to the resistance building. We tried to smoke them out, but they keep moving. He could have said, the clasp builds a resistance. It's just vague enough to where the clasp could be the resistance or could be part of the resistance or could be, the resistance could be a subgroup or an umbrella group with the clasp related, or they could be totally disconnected. And the clasp could be the one trying to smoke out the resistance. There's just enough ambiguity here to make it shaky, which I love that. That's perfect. The resistance is meaningless without defining what they are resisting. I would say that the question does define that they're resisting Thordak. It just doesn't give us any idea of who is the resistance. Like the individuals or the factions that make up the resistance. Because we know that they're resisting Thordak, but we don't have any other identifiers. And so anyone could pretend to resist Thordak and by this implication be, included within that group. If you're imagining they're playing word games, that's implied. That's true. There are a few groups, but beneath the city, the resistance builds. That is true. There might be there's even more word games there. That is true. He's actually talking about resistance fighters in Wildmount. Yeah, it's resisting a totally different force. I think that the word games that I'm implying are even a little bit more direct than that, but there is also that. I don't know, man. I just don't trust the clasp. I don't trust the clasp at all. And I just cannot. I mean, the clasp could be in a similar situation to Raishan, where maybe they helped the Chroma Conclave achieve power, but now they're kind of regretting it. That's possible. But I really just don't trust the clasp, which I think is hyper reasonable, by the way. I don't even think this is like one of my crazier theories or things to think. I think distrust of the clasp is more reasonable than trust of the clasp.
Well, I mean, makes sense to a certain point. When you have a big enough ego, you don't have any more fears, I guess.
Are we done with him?
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't think he's going to talk anymore. We should kill him.
The spell at this point is subsided, and the last bit of energy and mist that had entered the body just kind of slowly drifts out of the open mouth and nose. Just
You guys can
corpse
all
goes
fill
cold.
me in a bit, and I grab him by his collar and drag him outside with the rest of the bodies and start overseeing the burning of the bodies.
Okay. And there are large pyres for a lot of the lizardmen corpses, and wyvern pieces have all been kind of thrown, while the rest of the dead soldiers have been rounded up and have blankets and cloth, whatever's nearby, to hold over while they begin to recount who fell among them.
Can I fly up in the air and see if I can spot the boys?
We have the stone. You can find the boys with the stone.
Yeah, we have this. We have
If you would like to use the stone to go get the boys.
Here, I give the stone to Vex.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. You concentrate on the stone for a minute, your form begins to shift. Your physicality begins to almost liquefy and then swirls and vanishes from view. You open your eyes and you're in the shadow, you're in the shade, you're in this little nook within the side of the rock crevasse, and you hear two voices go, and you look immediately to your left and you see Hunin and Kior are both there. One of them has like dropped the crystal
Don't drop it.
on the ground. It's like, sorry, it started glowing, I got scared.
Killed him.
I'll put it in the pocket. I'm just so glad you're safe.
I'm glad you're safe too. Well, is everything okay?
Everything's wonderful. You want to come back to the fort? All the bad guys are dead.
You both kind of look at each other. Okay. And Hunin takes Kior by the hand, and they both kind of walk after you as you make your way back towards Fort Daxion.
Okay.
The rest of you.
I bamf Trinket out and let him ride on Trinket.
Okay, they both climb up. After an awkward, 5 minutes trying to convince them that it's okay, Trinket kind of nudges them a little bit. They get up on top, and
He's
now
got a taste for the celestial blood.
they're both riding on top of him, and he's kind of proudly walking.
Yeah.
Babysitter, Trinket.
I say we sleep here for the
His first
evening.
trinket.
We also can go through whatever materials the invading army have left behind, cannibalize them for our own. I suppose we can eat.
I talked to Allura, I guess.
Okay.
Is she there?
Yeah, she's nearby. She was helping kind of gather the dead, and she was talking with General Elliot and kind of getting the ideas of what the next course of action is. And as everyone's going to hear, as you approach her, she turns to you, and as she recognizes you approaching, goes, looking to probably make a jaunt to Whitestone shortly and see what we've gathered in that end. I can bring everyone with me if you like. You can stay here if you like, but
We should not leave them again.
I would feel terrible leaving everyone again after we gathered everyone. Who cast that spell on you? Feeble mind, that's a very high level magic.
it is, and it was beyond the capability of that man. But he pulled out a small wooden trinket in front of me, which shattered and sent me into my stupor.
It was Xanthras?
Yes.
Yeah, that
But
one.
it was this wand that shattered.
Did anyone escape the fight to go report back to home?
There were a couple wyverns that got away. That's why I don't know if it's whatever.
Yeah, we
So
can't-
does the plan stay the same?
I mean, we can come back and stay here. but We can't leave anybody here.
Say it again.
Well, it's
We can
interesting.
stay
Does that
here,
mean
but we can't leave anybody here.
no? We can't leave anybody here. But it's interesting. If we're lucky, then he's going to send more troops to attack, and we can be long gone by then.
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe
We're
we
long
should.
gone. What happened to using this as our base?
Yes,
They
we can
know
stage
about
here.
it.
We can rally here. We just can't leave anybody here now.
We either abandon or we rally at this point. And now that we know that there are forces underneath Mon, that is good news. It's very good news.
Was it only the wyverns and the lizard men that attacked?
Initially, they were seemed to be some sort of a shock force. Apparently, that fire giant was their reinforcements, or a general. I know not, from what you've told me at the very least. But there weren't any powerful entities here at the get-go either. I don't think it was sent as a full-scale assault, more than it was at this stage, just enough to harry and see what was here.
Who was in contact with Xanthus? Xanthus. Who was in contact with the Xanthus?
Oh my lord.
Xena. Who was in contact with Xena, the warrior princess?
None of us were in contact with him. I hadn't seen him probably in the better part of a year.
Then how did he know?
They saw us.
Yeah, they said the scouts spotted us.
Yeah, he spotted us
right.
with scouts.
You had your head up. It's okay.
What of the elves? Did I hear correctly that Singorn has sent forces?
As far as I know, and the information I've received from Singorn, they've taken the rest of the troops under General Mikhail Daxio, as well as the forces of Singorn, and they're marching towards Amon, one day out.
Oh my god.
Add him on.
Wait, what?
They're marching towards Amon.
Marching towards Amon
No,
now.
wait, what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
So they're a day
Why?
away.
Yeah, why?
Is that true?
They're making their way northward towards Daxio.
Yeah, to us.
Oh, to Daxio.
They're a day out from Amon, but they have to...
Go around
Skirt it
Amon.
and go all the way up.
We're heading here.
Fuck.
That's fine.
Oh boy.
I want them here.
That's not okay.
Wait. Okay, I need to look at the transcript really quick. So they are marching towards Daxio. I haven't received from Singorn. The troops under Mikhail. They're marching. So he said towards Amon, but they're actually, then that's corrected to Fort Daxio. Okay. So the forces under Singorn and General Mikhail Daxio are marching towards Fort Daxio past Iman. They have to go past it, I guess. Seems dangerous. They are a day out from Iman, which itself is, I think, a day's ride, we discovered. During the first time that we went to Fort Daxio, Grog asked about like the distancing between Iman and Fort Daxio. I think they said it was like a few hours on like hard horseback and like a day walking, which itself is a day or two march from Fort Daxio, because marching is inevitably slower than a single person making their way. Seems risky to walk by Amon, but for sure. Good. I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, where else are we going to meet?
Well, I mean, if they have to go through the
They don't have to go through. They can go around it. They're
They
not
will,
idiots.
and in
They
doing
don't-
so, it's about a 4-day journey on foot for those troops to make it here to Fort Daxio.
Okay. So we have 4 days.
We don't have 4.
Okay, never mind. Okay. Well, dude, I don't blame Marisha there, because that definitely, to me, it sounded like they were marching by Amon, and then he's like, oh, they'll go around, they're not idiots. I was like, I don't know, man. Let's see. Okay. 4-day journey in total, including avoiding Iman, from where they are now to Fort Daxio. Okay.
I would volunteer that we should head south and meet them where they are.
On the outskirts of Iman.
Yep. Better than being here, because
They
we
know
let
we're
people get
coming.
away.
We're sitting ducks here.
Yeah.
So we're going to march all the troops out of here.
All the troops, which is like 20 people.
Yeah, how many are left?
You got to reposition once you give your position away.
As you asked that, Ellie kind of pulls forward her helmet under her arm. And last count, looks like we have 55 strong surviving.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, we're going to march all 55.
Out of 200 that were here?
Remember,
roughly?
the original plan was for Thordak to know where we were and send Raishan to kill us.
Where
That's
the
true.
fuck is Raishan? Where is Raishan?
Well, we sent Raishan back to Whitestone with Assume, and then we left. So for all we know, Raishan's there.
Allura, you were talking about going to Whitestone.
That was my plan, yes.
And what were all of your goals again?
All of your goals?
Just all of Allura's goals. What are you trying to do in
That's a very broad question.
We need to meet up with Raishan. We need to find a rally point.
But
What's your 10-year plan?
Open a magic cafe.
55 men in a broken citadel is not
not a plan.
It's not
the plan. It was a plan before. It's not the plan now. These things have to change.
We've an army close to Amon. We do have to talk to Raishan, though. I think we should go to Whitestone immediately. Talk to her and figure out if there's any use with her.
She was coming back there, right?
Yeah, is that where she is?
Potentially.
Yes.
But be ready to move to the army from Singorn quickly. It might be our best shot, our only shot.
Should we march these 55 blokes south while
Towards
we go to
the army?
Whitestone? I'll stay and march the troops while you guys
we
go
need
back
to
Whitestone.
rest.
No, but they should
Okay,
go.
hang on. What time of day is it?
At this point, it's probably a little later afternoon. You're maybe an hour and a half from sunset.
All right. We can gather our most elite. Jesus.
It started really strong.
I can get a decent amount of people through if we teleport via plants very quickly, but not all of them.
No.
I think they'll be okay. The 55 will be okay if we send them through and then
I think, okay, even though General L has been established to not be very magically literate, I think this is really a point. And I talked about this during the first Fort Daxio episode, but I think that it's even more applicable right now because they have both General L and Allura right here, and Kima, really. Those three in combination could really pitch in to help Vox with the logistics here. Reminding them of useful spells like, transport via plants, talking to them about the logistics of like moving, what would moving 55 people look like? How risky does General L and Kima think that would be? What sort of magic could be used on Vox's end or on someone else's end to assist in any of these goals given by Allura? There's a good combination of NPCs to where, again, you don't necessarily want to give them the answers, but you can really help some of this logistical flow of just giving them the facts about like, okay, marching 55 blokes south. What would that look like? Give them some concrete details. Because when it's more ambiguous, it's harder to directly compare. Not saying that that'll make their decision for them, but it could certainly help them along in their decision.
The thing, 55 people walking near Iman is not very covert.
No.
Again, right here, General L, Kima, either one of them could pipe up and be like, okay, if the covert is the problem, you could do this. Maybe it'll extend the timeline a little bit by, maybe don't even say by a little bit. Say, it'll take them 2 extra days, but they could do it covertly. Or they pipe up and be like, yes, it will not be covert. There is a risk there. They can kind of confirm or deny these things that the players are just maybe assuming or not assuming.
And it's clear that there are scouts everywhere. Fort Daxio was off the map until we showed up. No one was watching it until we showed up.
But we are out of time.
But we are what Thordak is watching.
So we have to be very careful where we go and what we do.
We put everyone at risk no matter where we are.
No matter what, there's not going to be another attack on Daxio in the next 24 hours.
That's right.
So we can go back to Whitestone, we can spend the night here and then go back, or go back now and spend the night, and then bamf right back here before there's any attack.
We could send half the troops, as many as we can tonight, stay here, and in the morning send the rest and can go with them.
We're going to have to bring those guys back out here, right? I mean, we're going to have to march with the 55 guys. So why send them through to Whitestone? Why not sleep tonight, deep within the fort, wake up in the morning?
Yeah, they rest up, we go
to Whitestone.
Information now.
Get info, come back tomorrow if we need to.
Yeah, but we need to rest now.
You can't get 55 guys in the mansion, right?
No.
The mansion, sure.
The mansion, but the mansion can't travel.
Unless we spend the night here first before going to Whitestone bright and early in the morning.
Well, maybe we should do that.
We need to rest anyway. I'm at 9 hit points.
Yeah, I mean,
can you use the mansion today? Oh, that's right.
No, I can't.
So we sleep within the fort, deep within the fort.
Yeah.
What's left of the fort? What's left of the fort? It's not destroyed.
The fort's actually holding pretty well, other than the front doors, which need to be repaired. And right now there isn't anything beyond just putting things in the way since the impact from the giant. The outer wall is taking quite a bit of damage, but the fortress itself, for the most part, is standing.
We'll be okay for 8 hours of sleep, and then we can go to Whitestone, ask around, come back if we need to. Let's go to sleep.
Maybe we should have someone on watch.
Yeah.
Well, it is a fort.
We'll put the guards on watch.
There will be people on watch. They have a system.
General says, I can do that. Don't worry. Don't make fun of my horns.
I'm not. I'm just saying that's the sound to make if they come and attack.
It's a very specific sound. My soldiers are trained to hear.
Of course, if you need us, you do blow that horn.
Of course.
Of course, because we will hear it.
Thanks, Dad.
Yes, you will.
Yes.
I need to sleep.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I sleep
I'm
at the
exhausted.
place.
A bedroom and lay the fuck down.
Are we sleeping in the fort?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there like a,
Because you can't use
a
this
room
mansion
with a big
anymore.
fireplace in it, and we can all just have a sleepover?
Yeah.
If you want to, there's a hearth in one of the more
Hearth?
common room areas.
Is there like
It's
somewhere
gonna be
to clean up?
They do, yeah. There are a few bathrooms that can be
superficial.
Are there hides and things like fluffies we can lay on?
I mean, there's something like terribly comfortable, but there are
You're sleeping in
blankets
the
because it does get cold up this far north. It's not in the winter months anymore, but just south of the Cliffkeep Mountains in this area, it does get kind of chilly. So there are blankets, there are hides, there are things to keep warm. Yeah.
I mean, you just got used as a weapon. You might want a shower.
I like the dirt.
I'm gonna go soak.
I'm gonna crash as soon as I find something fluffy to fall on.
Fudge
Okay.
out.
All right, rest of you guys find yourselves to rest for the evening?
Yep.
Okay, those who care to, you clean up and find rest as well. The food is meager, but serviceable, and you all find yourself in evening's rest. Unperturbed, a good 9-10 hours pass of intense sleep as you all are sore, you are all exhausted, although you do recover your point of exhaustion scan, that's gone.
Oh, good.
As do you from your frenzied rage. And you all come to consciousness shortly after daybreak, I'd say. You got to bed probably right around sunset, or a little bit past sunset, so it's been just starting to get the sun over the mountains. The day is yours.
Well, we said what we're going to do. We're going to go to Whitestone.
Let's fucking go to Whitestone. Yep, that's what we said we're going to do.
Keep set us up.
Sure.
Do we have any trees here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allura raises her hand. She gives you guys. I can still take us there.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's how we're going to begin with. Also, thanks. Thanks, Laura.
Plan,
Let's do that.
I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, but okay. I have 2 extra.
Good example of what I'm talking about with the NPCs. I think Matt could do that sort of thing a little bit more. You know, it is a tonal thing. It's a DM decision thing, but that sort of thing especially. Now, that was trying to save them from wasting resources, but just that sort of pitching in.
Guy's with us right now.
Oh, I cannot do that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yep, between the
Okay, you know what?
I can carry up
I
to
can
8.
get us there.
Time to
and
grow
Laura
up
can
fast,
get us back in the same day.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to do something. What are you getting at Whitestone?
We're going to talk to Raishan.
See if
Is Raishan there?
Yeah.
I
Potentially.
haven't seen Raishan. You've been at the fort this entire time waiting for you to return.
She was going to assume. You know what? Yeah, let's go. All right, let's go.
All right. You find your way out to one of the slightly charred trees in the main courtyard area. You open the portal. As it opens, your 2 celestial-blooded children guide you through, as well as Kim and Allura, into Whitestone. You emerge from the sun tree in the morning hours there as well. The city is quiet. You can see that a lot of the guard has kind of been gathering arms and armor just in case they were ever called to be part of this fray. And the city seems to be on high alert. But everything is intact. Whitestone appears to be fine, and the castle looms northward from your current position. So you guys make your way towards Whitestone Castle. The guards greet you and lead you inside. Within minutes, Cassandra's been summoned down. Percival, thank God you've returned.
Thank God. All right. Why? What's happened?
You're alive. That's...
Oh, yes.
Look, the last time you left, you did not come back in the best of places. I'm just beginning to think
everything is going to be bad news for the next... Just assume that I'm going to assume everything is terrible every time I see you for the next 2 months. Yes, we're alive.
Speaking of assume...
Oh, no.
Come.
Oh, Cassandra, are there rooms for these new guests?
Who are these?
They're the sweetest. This is Keurig and human. What's his name?
Keurig. You're the best foster mom ever.
I have it written down somewhere, but I can't find it in my notes.
We met the booty. Totally celestial.
They're really great, man.
Pumpkin latte.
You just crash on our couch for a few
You watch their noses scrunch a little as you entirely butcher their name.
They have, like, angel blood.
What are their names again? I can't find it.
Hunin and Kior.
Hunin and Kior?
Yes, K-Y-O-R.
You see all of this?
Okay, got it.
Dude, this is one of the first times I felt like Cassandra was a real character since the Briarwood arc. This is good. This is good. She's been so flat ever since they ever since the Briarwood arc ended. Like, they installed her as the ruler. I feel like she's, like, just been there as, like, a necessary component and cog. I actually got a little bit of Cassandra personality there. That was nice. Which, by the way, I get. You can't give everyone depth, and she kind of had an awkward place within the whole context of everything that was going on. But that was a nice bit of personality in that little interaction of, like, worrying about. And it's so funny. Percy gave that little diatribe about, like, every time for the next 2 months, whenever you talk to me, assume that I'm assuming that it's bad news, which is so funny because that's exactly what she did. Like, that was exactly, like, she assumed it was gonna be bad news until the moment she saw him. It's like, oh, thank God you're alive. And he's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, she was assuming bad news. So it's a little, I don't know, a funny little accidental, I think, familial connection there. A nice little who are these? That's good. I don't know. Fun times.
Angel babies. Write it down.
Yes, we can find a room, that's fine. Don't worry.
We'll put them to work. They will be used. Fine.
I mean, not right away.
How old are the
slaves. Why don't we give them a day off?
Give them the personal gunshot. Clean out.
How old are they?
Little fingers.
They're in their late teens. Mid-late teens.
Terrible. That's always
Why don't we just give them some schooling?
I guess they're about the same age as Cassandra then, huh?
Cassandra's a little bit older.
Yeah.
Though she isn't active. She acts like 15 years your senior. It always has.
Yes. All right. Assume.
All right, you guys head upstairs with her. She leads you Oh no, she does not lead you upstairs. She leads you downstairs through the tunnels towards the ziggurat.
Good girl.
Right. And as she's walking along, she goes, "Well, we've managed to relocate the meeting room, and it required a bit of careful discussion as to our current allies. As well, the transport was a bit awkward for Asum and his companion, and the dragon cannot maintain her usual form around the ziggurat, so just be ready."
I assume.
As you
Wait. Okay. The transport was a bit awkward for Assume. I always forget how Assume is spelled. Assume and his companion. And, I mean, it's worth noting, I assumed it, but worth noting that Raishan can't maintain... What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, we're back. I'm curious as to who this companion is of Assumes. Unless the companion is Raishan, I don't know. I would assume that it's Assume. But I am not entirely sure. Also, there's... Oh, wait, no. No. That's not something. Yeah, anyway, I got distracted. Let's see. I don't know.
Assume and his companion, and the dragon cannot maintain her usual form around the ziggurat, so just be ready.
I assume.
As you guys make your way into the ziggurat chamber, you can see already there's the platform on the outside, the central area where the new situation is set. And you see there's a table, and you can already hear discussion up that way, and there are a few servants that are bringing food and drinks up there as part of like the morning breakfast for those who are in their meeting. And you see there, right on the outskirts of the table, wrapped and curled up, a gargantuan green dragon with its head kind of resting on its claws that is listening in and part of the conversation.
Oh, damn.
Hey, little guy.
Well, things have not been going well on our end. How about yours?
To Cassandra?
Well, to the room.
To the room. Okay, so as you approach the platform, everyone kind of pauses and looks over. Assume stands up. You can see now, this being the real Assume, acid scarred across the face, just as Raishan's form arriving was, and is sitting on the opposite end of Raishan. And you can see there's this very much kind of understand, especially as a master of spies and information, understands the importance of, strange bedfellows given circumstances in war, but is still not at ease and doesn't seem to keep, always has one eye on the dragon at all times, but gives a nod. It's good to see that you're all alive, and we have much to discuss. Please come sit. You've met Brom before, and you look over and you can see Brom Goldhand, same square-jawed, shorter black, unkempt hair, the cleric of Ayun that was and is part of the council. However, skin is covered in burn scars. Like face, some of the features are kind of missing. All the exposed elements beyond the armor is just burn. But he stands and bows to everyone. It is good to see you all alive. He sits down at the table.
So I just want to confirm, Brom Goldhand is a bit of a question mark. Because Gilmore said that he was dead. Died during the fall of Amon according to Gilmore. So I just really quickly, I remember when he said this. Like, I remember the episode. It's when they are rescuing Gilmore. I want to go back and watch that really quick. I want to see how confident or not Gilmore was in that. Because it seems to me that it's super duper possible that he was, that it was just a like an I think he's probably dead, that sort of thing.
Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of.
But I truly don't know. It might be during In Ruins.
Hello and good evening everyone.
Hello. Ep 41, time 2:32. Oh shit. Okay, I'm getting there. 2:32. Perfect. That's perfect.
If these turn out well and people like them, and go click.
Okay, I don't know about 2:32. Like 2 hours 32. 2 hours 32 might be more accurate. I could see that. 2 hours 32. Okay, that makes sense. Did you say he's covered in burn scars? That's what I'm thinking, Delphi. And that's why I want to check it now. I want to check to see exactly how Gilmore phrased it, because I didn't note down the exact phrasing. And whether he's like, I saw him go into a fireball, and it was like an off-screen death. Because if that's the case, if it was like, Gilmore thought he died and like it was an off-screen sort of thing, then that might be fine. But I want to see exactly how it was phrased. I actually pressed send early. All good. 32:45. Let's see.
No, I'm glad you didn't. You may not be here.
Did you see any others from the council? Anyone else?
Well.
And he kind of leans forward and kind of sits up out of your lap for a second to look at the rest of you.
Oh, right. I was like, out of his lap, right.
And there were quite a few dead, unfortunately. Brom Goldhand didn't make it.
Okay. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. I'm gonna keep watching. I know he talks about it for a second more, but just gonna note really quick. From Ep 41, around to 33. Gilmore. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. Sorry. When asked about the other council members, Gilmore responded, Brom Goldhand didn't make it. I think is this the only one he mentions by name?
Most of the guards are gone. Half, if not more, of the Cloudtop district. It's been killed by the poisonous fume that...
Yeah, okay. In Gilmore's initial response, Brom is the only council member he directly names as being dead. This could be a plot hole. I don't know.
Took the entire area so suddenly.
Let me see. Poisonous fume. I don't know.
Perhaps make our way towards...
Is there any point in searching for more council members or allies?
Is that before we go?
Anyone that
When I returned, they were all...
anyone that was... No. Anyone that was alive that you saw?
I mean, there were many that were alive by the time I returned. They were all kneeling before the beast.
Not described how he died. Yeah. So we don't know if it's off screen, if... is there any point in searching for more council members or allies? So, when Scanlan asks, is there any point to searching for more council members or allies before we go? And then Laura, or not Laura, I mean, it was Vex. Anyone alive that you saw? And then Gilmore, there were many alive, or that were alive by the time I returned. They were all kneeling before the beast. Obviously, Gilmore's going to be there, so he'll be able to, dispel any possible contradictions, we would think. But it's interesting. And he coughs up a little blood. Does the Singer King have mind control? He's just very persuasive. I did notice in his chest. Okay, I'm going to just control F Brom in here. Oh, that is on the wrong screen. I'm going to control F both Brom and Assume. Those are the two people that I'm curious about. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. 1 out of 1 matches. Cool. Assume. Okay. Okay. Uriel pushed me away when they attacked. So this is right before he says that Brom is dead. I got who I could, but Uriel pushed me away. He's trying to get others out of the fray. Did you see him fall? I didn't see him fall, but when I went back, I found him fallen. And he said that also when he went back, he found all of the people kneeling. His body, what was left of it, I brought it back to Salda and the children. I brought back Assume and that abrasive dragon girl. I don't know where they are right now. They left. They went topsoil to try and find other survivors. I told them not to. I told them to stay. But they're assumedly off in the city somewhere trying to make all sense of this. So, of the people with proper noun names that are mentioned, Gilmore says that when he went back, everyone that was alive, he saw kneeling. Or many, I guess. What did he say? There were many that were alive, but they were all kneeling before the beast. The only person that he brought, or two people that he brought back, were Assume and the Abrasive Dragonborn. I think that's one of the guest players. I don't know where they are right now. And Salda says that they went back to try and find other survivors. The only other person of the council that is mentioned is Brom, and he says he's dead, but he doesn't say how. That's so interesting. It's just there are quite a few dead, unfortunately. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. And at that point, Gilmore got Assume out. So what the fuck is going on? Brom is also standing there next to the magic orb, so no disguise. Yeah, definitely no disguise. Which is, like, an important thing. So this isn't an imposter. Unless Brom has, like, always been a changeling or something, but I don't think so. That'd be something crazy to just, like, throw in there. He's always been a fucking doppelganger. I don't think so. I wish I'd been taking notes back when all of the council members were first described, because I don't even remember. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It's in between them going to... It's either in Shopping and Shipping or Skyward.
Hello?
I know how to find it because they describe the council members basically at the same time as they throw in the mention of the Briarwoods. So I know how to find it pretty quickly. I want to see how all of the people were described. Turn attention to sciences. One day, a mysterious couple named Lord and Lady Briarwood came to court. Percy awoke chained to the dungeon. Blah, 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 blah. On thoughts, repeat your mind. Is she even worthy? Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, this is like all of their backstories. Oh, did they used to play that during the middle of episodes? Okay, so it's not that one. It might be during Shopping and Shipping. Because I don't remember all of the members of the council. I don't even think I wrote them down. Actual Brom could be doing some trickery. Exactly. Actual Brom, even if... Because, like, we just got explicit confirmation that powerful people within Amon are collaborating. So Brom could easily be collaborating. One day, Briarwoods came to court, and Lord and Lady Briarwood were rather nice when they came to town. Oh? We did make to meet Sildor of Singorn. The Korshian League from Wildmount. Oh, wait, what? Wait. What is all this? The Wilder Ferns? They're the Bloody Merchant Guild. Wait, what's going on?
The I-Team.
The I-Team? In 45, Matt mentioned that Assume and Topher were confirmed alive. Yeah, I think the Dragonborn you mentioned is Tofor. Oh, Tofor. I see. I want to find where he goes through each person's, like, name and, like, description.
I don't know. What do you think, Pike?
Have another option out?
I do trust Allura.
Thinking of something else.
All right.
This is true.
We have time as well. I'd be free of my usual business. You guys...
They have resources from across the world. They have members from across the world. I'm assuming she means the Arcana Panasophical. The A-Team, yeah. Are you guys familiar with the Wilder Ferns? What is this?
I'm glad to be free of my usual business. You guys familiar with the Wilder Fens? The Wilder Fens.
The Wilder Fens?
They're a bloody merchant guild. They've left our chambers in shambles. Look, since you've been gone and the council matters have been brought up to speed once more, we've had to deal with the backlog of all the various council meetings that have been pushed back for months and months. It's been a relative nightmare. So this, how dangerous as it is, I'm taking it as a a nice change from the usual, pardon my speaking, political bullshit I've been dragged into on a weekly basis. Between the Wildefens, and God, there was the Cortigian League from Wildmount, and they just tore through Iman with a caravan of partying gypsies that destroyed everything in their path.
Who?
Damn gypsies.
The Cortigian League. Cortigian League.
The Cortian League.
Wow.
Wait. Okay, there's no way, right? There's no way that if I control F one of the names on Animus, there's no way anything comes up here. What's his name? Bertrand Dwendal. There's no way that Bertrand Dwendal comes up right now. Dwendal. Okay, no. I'm just going to search Topher. How do I spell his name? Topher. Topher? Oh, wait, no, Tofor. Next to him is here it is. Here's the descriptions. The council, of course, is at the center. Okay, we've got him.
The council, of course, has at the center, across the table from you, Sovereign Uriel Taldori II himself, the leader of Iman and the current sovereign of all of Taldore, this section of the continent. You see him with his characteristic dark hair.
Torvor's a girl? Oh.
With kind of graying sides, kind of cut shorter than you recall. He just recently got a trim, and some very, very well-kept facial hair. He's wearing his ceremonial robes, which are the same kind of gold and red color as the armored soldiers that greeted you at the front of the palace. Next to him, you see Lord Riskel Daxio.
Holy shit, that like threw me off for a second, the music that's playing in the background. That's a track that I use for break music. That... That's a fucking what's his name? That's a Kevin MacLeod classic, dude. That's so
which
funny.
Is the elven male who helped you guys handle your purchasing of the keep when you were awarded that at the end of your last journey. He's the master
Riskel Daxio, yeah.
of trade currently within Iman. You can see he has kind of a long, kind of strawberry blonde hair that is pulled into actual use. His armor seems to be loose and more decorative.
Oh yeah, you're right. Female Dragonborn Paladin. Okay, I'm just gonna really quickly Guardian, because I don't even have an entry for Tofor. Guardian Tofor Bratoris, female Dragonborn Paladin. And we know that in this setting, or at least it's implied that paladins are divinely related. Okay.
Next to him is Guardian Tofor Bratoris, which you've heard of and have not met before. A female Dragonborn Paladin.
Say that one more time. Guardian who's a what now?
Guardian Tofor Bratoris.
Tofor?
Tofor. Bratoris. Her name's been mentioned before, but this is the first time you guys have actually seen her in person.
It's a girl.
It's a female Dragonborn Paladin. She is adorned in full silver.
And she's a Bahamut Paladin, right? Bahamut Paladin. Okay.
Silvered platinum plate. A symbol of a greeting towards the Holy Way. She looks across the rest of the group there that she's Dragonborn at all within Iman. And as soon as she meets your gaze, she kind of gives you a look of deep.
Yes.
You should
Right.
sit across the table. It's far from me.
Mind your tongue.
Themselves and kind of hearing this slight discussion. Next to her, there is a halfling male in kind of a rangerish garb.
That's assume. Tattoos on side. What? Oh.
Black cloak. He's shaved bald with tattoos on one side of his face. And he introduces himself briefly. I'm terribly sorry. No, Assum Emring. I'm the Master of Secrets here within the council. And he kind of extends a hand.
Stormwind here.
Discussion with another human which you've not met. He's kind of a built and armored individual. Probably stands the tallest of the entire group. Thick, square jaw, kind of unshaved.
I suppose I should introduce myself.
Brom Goldhand. I recently, as of 3 months ago, taken up the position that General Krieg once held. I didn't remember that. Oh, interesting. Brom Also, I guess they changed the spelling of his name. Brom Goldhand, recently taken up as of 3 months ago. Also gives a bit of a timing on the potential time gap between some pre-stream events. Interesting. The position that General Krieg once held within the city. Also, I mean, you know, I don't want to call it out too hard, but fucking Goldhand is giving me real fucking Drake Thunderblood or whatever his name is. Drake. What's his name? What's Drake's last name? Drake, I'm a dragon. Hello. Adventures. Oh wait, no, not Vox Machina. People of Power, probably. No, not, wait. Figures of Authority? Do I not have him public? He should be under here. What? Where's Drake? Thunderbrand. I remembered it. The Goldhand is giving me real Thunderbrand energy. I'm just going to say that. Interesting. Okay. It's a need for a new Master of Law. Sovereign finishes writing some papers. Thank Lord and Lady Briarwood. So that's all in terms of the council. So the council is Daxio. The council in Ep 14 is Daxio, Assume, Tofor, Brom. Oh wait, I'm mixing first and last names. I'll do Riskel. Riskel, Assume, Brom, Tofor, and Allura, I think. Is that it? I think that's it. I think there's just 5. That is smaller than I pictured. Okay, the reason that I wanted to look at this specifically...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Allies before we go?
The reason that I wanted to look at this specifically is to inform my thought process on Gilmore's answers. So, in this case, we know that Allura is gone. Assumingly, possibly Gilmore knows that as well. Riskel Daxio has already turned at the time of episode 41. He mentions Assume, and then he mentions Brom and Tofor. So, knowing that Riskel is nixed, Allura's not there, these are the only 3 members of the council that that they could even be referring to. Like when Scanlan asks his question, these are the only 3 that could even be referenced. And Gilmore says, where does he say it? I should note exactly what Gilmore says. Anyone alive that you saw? Let me open up the transcripts. I want to note the thing about him like rescuing. I don't blame them. What little blood? The Cinder King. He ripped out the heart of the city. Oh wait, it was before. It was in the 230s. Yep. So Gilmore also notes they went topsoil to find other survivors. I told them not to. So literally, this is sticking out to me so hard. Also, where's my Reshon can't maintain her usual form. Oh no, where is it? It's a cleric of Ioun. There it is. Gilmore. I brought back Assume and that abrasive dragon girl, Tofor. They went and looked for other survivors. So out of the 3, We have already accounted for Assume and Tofor. Literally, the only other person that could be referenced is Brom. And he just says, Brom is dead. Fascinating. Okay. So now let's see how this gets possibly resolved. Let's see. Reread the translation again because Brom is not the one that took over for Krieg. Wait, what? Oh, fuck me. Oh,
I tried to clock.
no.
I feel like...
Oh, no. Shit. Oh, no, I fucked up. Brom's not the one that took over for Krieg. I should be able to just Control F Krieg and get
another human which you've not met.
I should be able to just Control F the transcript for Krieg, and that'll pop right up. Krieg.
I am Arbiter Brom Goldhand, and I have recently taken up, as of 3 months ago, the position that General Krieg once held within the city.
What? Am I? That seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't know. Unless you have some alternative evidence that you can point me towards. Seems like he took over for Krieg. Also, oh shit. I don't know where I was. Can bring everything with me gathered on my end. Shit. Whitestone and figure out if there's any news. Let's go to sleep. She leads you down to the ziggurat. Woo! I was looking at EP 24 where it's corrected. There's a correction? Okay, wait, that's actually very interesting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
That's very interesting. If there's a correction. Whoa. That could inform things. No, not Krieg. Okay, so I guess Brom. Let's see. You also see Arbiter Brom Goldhand, who is the Master of Law, was previously one of the heads of the guard here within Amon, and then was given the job of being the head of the Watchful Hall. He's the Master of Law. Tofor is the Master of Defense that took over for Krieg after Krieg was slain. Oh, shit. Interesting. In EP 24, these descriptions are corrected / retconned to have Tofor be the one that took over for Krieg. And Brom be the and Brom not be that. Interesting. Which would then mean that Brom was around for all of the Krieg stuff. Very interesting. I guess that makes sense why Gilmore knows Assume and Brom, but not the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn, as he calls her. I guess that makes a little bit more sense why he wouldn't know her. Interesting. I misremembered at first which transcript I was looking at. Fascinating. So there's just I'm going to take the more recent of the two as a correction. Very interesting. I'll consider this authoritative. Okay. Either way, all of that said, how is Gilmore going to even address the fact that he said that Brom was dead? Is it going to be addressed? Let's see.
Good girl.
Right.
Because everything that I am seeing leads, if if Gilmore doesn't say anything at all, I'm gonna be confused, number one. But if we were not presented with Brom directly as a person within the black hole range, I would assume it's an imposter, because everyone else on the council is accounted for, and Gilmore says that Brom was dead. So let's see.
And as she's walking along, she goes, well, we've managed to, gosh, we don't maintain message for those who are in the and kind of rest. Things have not. So as you heard the platform, the real assume, and you can see their fellows given circumstances in war, but it's still not at ease and doesn't seem to keep. And we have much to discuss. Please come sit. You've met Brom before, and you look over and you can see Brom Goldhand, same square-jawed, shorter black, unkempt hair, the cleric of Ayun that was and is part of the council. However, skin is covered in burn scars, like face.
Also interesting that they didn't originally mention that he's a cleric of Ayun. In the first two descriptions, they mentioned him as, you know, he mentioned the physical characteristics, and that he was, you know, the keeper of law, but not that he was a cleric of Ayun until very recently, where they said the only Ayun worshiper that they're aware of is Brom. So interesting. Maybe he was resurrected. He could be resurrected. He could have been resurrected by Ayun. I mean, given Osisa's use of the Hearthstone, which seems a little bit taboo, I wouldn't put it past her to subvert the normal flow of things. You can be a worshiper without being a cleric. True. So, I mean, he was introduced, no Ayun mentioned. Then he was introduced as a worshiper a couple of episodes ago. And now he's a cleric. They mentioned 26 that he was a cleric of Ayun. Really? He divined the truth from the old lady they killed. Oh, that's right. That's right. You're right. He is the one that divines the truth. Interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna note that as well. In Ep 26, Brom was the one that got the truth of the matter from the old lady that Vox killed. Yeah. That's it. Who is the cleric that is the master of law in the city? Interesting. Okay, let's see.
Some of the features are kind of missing. All the exposed elements beyond the armor is just burn. But he stands and bows to everyone.
It is good to see you all alive.
He sits down at the table. Cassandra takes a seat.
And I mean, if they don't address it at all, I'm going to keep up my suspicions. But it is clearly possible that Gilmore was just mistaken. There's all of this damage. There's all of this, all these burn scars. But it's very interesting that, and I want to confirm one thing. Confirm one thing before I move on, and then I'm actually moving on, I swear. It says burn scars. Some of the features are kind of missing, just burned. Okay. Point to remember. Raishan is the one that disrupted the whatever they were at. The I guess announcement. That disrupted Uriel's announcement during the fall of Iman. Assume has and I want to make sure it's specifically referred to as an acid scar, right? Or is it an acid burn? It says acid scarred. Assume's face is specifically described as acid scarred, and Gilmore makes mention of the toxic fumes during In Ruins, or during their conversation afterward. Brom, on the other hand, is referred to as burned. Now, there's a construction that we can make here of, like, Thordak was the one, because there was also, like, Gilmore was burned as well. Gilmore is described as burned, and everyone's bowing to the beast. This could still make sense, as Gilmore nearly died combating Thordak. So that could be where Brom got the burns. I don't know. Everything could be reasonable. It's just so interesting as being the only one that was, quote unquote, like, Gilmore didn't even say, like, I couldn't find him. Because Gilmore specifically says that he cannot confirm that Uriel is dead. He specifically is like, I didn't see the body. But when talking about Brom, he says he's dead. So we know that Gilmore would/does draw a delineation between those things. Gilmore highlighted an off-screen death, so to speak. But he just said Brom was dead. I don't know.
I said nothing. It's just kind of watching you all as you sit down and gives a nod. Allura kind of flanks behind you. Kima has been asked not to attend. Allura sits down, and there's a few stools. Whatever chairs were available were brought in here, so it's kind of a ramshackle meeting.
Did see him fallen. Oh, that's a good point. But either way, Gilmore drew a delineation between those things. He didn't draw the same delineation for Brom. Because I feel like if he hadn't seen a dead body, right, which we would assume, or if he had, I don't know. Maybe because he saw the fireball, he just assumed that Brom was dead, but then Brom just wasn't. And he just survived there on the ground. I don't know.
Room, given how many butts have to sit around this area.
I'll stand.
But you are all here.
Oh, he does, Ebster?
So,
okay.
I've been told that you're at Daxio and gathering other allies about. Please let us know what the circumstances from your end of things. Things are not as well from ours.
That sucks to hear.
Daxio was discovered and attacked prematurely.
Wonderful.
A small strike group came, attacked the fort. It did damage. I wouldn't necessarily call it significant damage.
So wiped out a large percentage of the force there.
Decimated it.
75%.
Grog.
I mean, whatever those words mean.
Broken clock.
Oh, man.
It's a very good guess, Grog. I've completely lost my train of thought.
The problem is that we've summoned many of our allies to Fort Daxio, and they are currently in transit to that current location.
But Daxio's been attacked.
Correct.
Then I would not recommend taking folks to Fort Daxio, especially at sustained damage. Well, we've been busy in Imon. Kind of eyes glance over at Raishan, and, well, needless to say, things have gone a bit strange. We've been working with Spiling Shen in the clasp, and we've been able to smuggle thousands of denizens of Imon beneath the city. Those that were not directly enslaved or gave fealty to the Cinder King out of fear and other interests, we were able to keep safe, and we've moved through the tunnels as often as possible. There are still many Wyvern riders that patrol the city. The townfolk have run out of offerings and are now being sent out in slave groups to pull goods from nearby cities to bring at the feet of the dragon. We also have a rising volcanic mass rising up beneath the city that has consumed a number of the underground class tunnels and has been slowly pinching off our mobility beneath the town. So our intent to hopefully find some sort of retort or vengeance and eventually take down the dragon, that clock is definitely ticking. Now, we've been keeping as best an eye on Thor as we can. Brom, bless him in his sacrifices, has been our frontman for this. And we know the creature has been shedding scales in places where jets of ever-burning flame now spark and burn the city itself. Wherever each one of these scales falls, it seems to just be a beacon or source of its own white-hot fire. So the city is now a pitfall in its own right. The creature itself, the dragon, it has these jets that now burst from underneath its armor. Fire that licks beyond it. It has a crest of red crystals now that begin to twist behind its horns and head. Its eyes are like white-hot stars from the sky. It's still dragon-like, but something more primal and elemental. I know entirely what we're dealing with here. Now, Brom, you've made some headway. Brom, please just start.
Okay. Just gonna grab all that. Just gonna grab all of that. So from assume. I mean, it's also, we'll see if it ends up mattering. Actually, I should go from the back. Let's see. Brom, but Brom, you've made some headway, and Brom clears his throat. Okay. All the way up to, it's the same damage. Well, we've been busying him on. Right here. The only thing that is sort of sticking out to me is we've been able to smuggle thousands of denizens of Amon beneath the city. Not out of the city, like we've heard before. Because we've heard before that they were smuggled out of the city, but this is just beneath the city. Now, it could be, assumed / argued that Assume does the smuggling beneath the city, and then the Clasp takes them from there, which would fit with what we've heard. That would fit with what we've heard. But it's a distinction.
Myself and a few devout have been doing our best to prepare surviving warriors and guards and mages who were ousted from the Lyceum, and we have a few strike teams that have been effective in harrying the outside of his defenses, learning information we can, knocking down the Guardians, and since the Fire Giants have arrived, it's been a little more difficult, so we've been reduced to stealth missions, quick in and out. We don't have the muscle to assault head-on. Not until recently. Kind of his eyes pass over you. If you say there are armies making their way to the city, and we have you, all the strength that you've gained and the stories I've heard from people here at Whitestone, if we're going to do something, we need to do it soon. Now, the Lyceum has fallen to those that have sworn fealty to the Cinder King, so we don't have use of those artifacts anymore. We've been trying to break through to the inner sanctum of the Cloud Top, where the dragon now calls its home, its lair. It's burrowed this deep underground basin where it resides now. It only emerges when summoned or called to, or when it decides to make a proclamation, drawing what little bit of children or families that it sees as a fun bit of play to watch them bow and quiver in the street before asking for someone to prove their strength and their worship of himself and strike them where they stand. Some days he's angry, some days he's laughing. This dragon is completely insane, and we can't really gauge. Our dragons are known for pride, and you could count on that, use it against them, but sometimes his jaw is quivering as he cries and shakes and then yells out laughing into the sky, a terrible laughter, one that can induce the worst of nightmares. I don't know what we're dealing with anymore. However, we did have one team, a very brave team, that provoked the dragon to leave its lair, and held it long enough for us to move past it and pierce the inside of its sanctum. Now, we passed the wards and the pools of fire. The beast returned before we could get too far, and I lost most of my men, myself barely surviving with my life, and the scars to tell of it.
So is he implying that he got the scars from that?
But the beast is building something in that lair. Something it is guarding fiercely. And something that it will not leave. And something that I think it has come to hold more dear than the city it now presides over. If there is a cure to piercing its pride, or if there's a reason to take it down, I begin to fear what it's holding below the city. Now, by the might of our wounded mistress of knowledge, Ayun, and the channels in which we speak, that is all the information I have. I hope.
Brom's whole transcript, just in case. Okay, because like 3 things from the end there. Clutches his holy symbol. Okay, number 1, him giving them this is like a DM thing. Him giving them the info about this like thing that Thordak is building, quote unquote, underneath the city really puts a fucking downer on their whole plan to lure him out. Love it. Love it. And I like that if you are, it's a good lesson. Sorry, oh wait. This is all Iman stuff. Bless him in his sacrifices. We are front man for this. Oh no, 1 second. It's more primal. Fuck. Stealth missions. Wait. It's right in here. There it is. Ahem. I think it's a good lesson in like, okay, let's say that you really do not have a satisfying combat planned or even like theorized for outside of the city. And like, frankly, you just like maybe you don't think it makes sense within the fiction for Thordak to be lured out. It's just not how you want like the story to go down. I think that giving them this information, right? This is how you avoid feelings of railroading. This is like a great way to guide your players into a course of action, is to reward something that they wanted. You know, they wanted to get, like, assume, and I guess assumingly Brom, out of Iman to come and talk to them. That's a mission that they sent Raishan on. And part of their reward is this extra information, which is great. And that is what is, like, guiding them towards, man, there's like no way that that Thordak is going to be lured out. And including within Brom's story that, you know, people managed to lure Thordak out for a tiny period of time, and then he came directly back and killed most of everyone in the process. All of that is like great guiding from the DM while having it be like almost pure reward for the players. Super, super slick. Super nice. Now, in terms of Brom, he just said, lost most of my men, myself barely surviving with my life, and the scars to tell of it. In the above, Brom softly implies that his current condition is due to the excursion, recent excursion into Thordak's lair, not the events of the fall of Iman, placing even more question marks on why Gilmore would have said he died. At this point, I think it may just be a contradiction. We'll see. But my theory senses are starting to wane a bit on this. Like, there's just not enough, like, obvious, or there's not enough tells, you know? There's not enough tells. Like, I actually believe everything that he's saying. Now, we'll see if other people there question him. We'll see if the players question him, if they noted down this whole dead bit. But honestly, I'm getting less and less suspicious of him and thinking it might just be a contradiction. like an accident. The only other thing, the wounded Mistress of Knowledge, Ioun. Only other thing to note, the wounded Mistress of Knowledge, Ioun. I don't know if the whole wounded bit is normal D&D lore, or if this is a Matt lore drop. No idea, but I definitely picked up on it, and I'm watching Ioun. I've got my own suspicions and thoughts about Ioun, and I've never heard her referred to that as that before. I don't think, but maybe. Insert long discussion about scarring in a world with magical hearing that grows back entire limbs. Nope. We're not going down that rabbit hole, because that is a long rabbit hole, and we are not going down it. So you mean a DM can mess up his own lore? Gasp. I mean, provably just within this theory section. Incredibly provably right here. Which honestly possibly might be part of my maybe more forgiving mindset here, or not even forgiving, but maybe part of my mindset around this, of why I maybe think this is just like a lore contradiction that Matt didn't pick up on, is possibly because we just found that Matt seemingly doesn't think about Brom all too much. I don't know. Interesting. Because it really was just kind of an offhand comment from Gilmore. Could have even been improv'd. Because it wasn't even like, it didn't seem like scripted, like something that Gilmore was waiting to tell them. It was in response to Scanlan's question. So it's very possible it was improv'd. It got missed in like recap notes. And in, Matt's notes, Brom continued to live on. Because he didn't note down that Gilmore killed him, or, Meta killed him, witnessed his death in that moment. It's super duper possible that he just didn't keep that in mind for the future. And so then when he's looking back at like, okay, how is the resistance going? Who's involved? He sees Assume, he sees Brom. I mean, that is super duper possible. We'll see. Matt lore drop for Ioun. Interesting. But the beauty of a GM messing up their own lore is that you can just blame it on the NPC. You can, yeah. Like, if anyone does press Matt on this, Gilmore can easily just say, I assumed him to be dead. Gilmore can always put this right to rest if it is actually just a contradiction and not like a tell that we're meant to pick up on. Fascinating.
It's helped in some way. He sits down in his chair and clutches his holy symbol.
Oh my god.
This changes much.
Yes, it does.
Dragon.
What?
You're awfully quiet. We need to act. What do you advise?
Raishan's head slowly turns towards you, and the nostrils kind of, not in an aggressive way, but in acknowledgement. The bright yellowish eyes. You can see the blackened veins that curl up past the scales. Some of the scales actually splitting and pulling open. What you can see would be some sort of a contagion-based wound that, while not infected, does not look positive. Yeah. Raishan's lips curl up, and the voice billows forth in a low, curling growl. Well, if the madness continues to spread, and our recent conversations confirm this, and you've gathered your allies, distraction, attack, confusion, and chaos striking towards the center of the city is the best chance we have. If we have a way in, break the cloud top. We can battle it there, draw it from its lair, force it to possibly rescind within, and have our final battle there. Or, if luck is with us, finish it on the streets itself, and discover whatever it's keeping, while it lies dead and burning in the street.
You say we.
You'll fight alongside us?
Oh,
What have I to gain by watching you do this yourself?
I imagine whatever he's building. What is he building, do you know?
I have no idea. He lets nothing within his sanctum.
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
Come on, high insight.
What was that?
That's
okay, 23.
23.
Whisper.
Why are you whispering?
The promo link is lootcrate.com/critical role. Promo code critical role for 10% off your first month. And remember, you're doing this to support the show and to support my kids' preschool class.
The memory
of Dennis.
And
Coachella.
Coachella needs capital classes.
She
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Shim does.
Shim does.
We should also probably tell them about Xanthus that we did have.
Okay, all right, we're about to go into an ad break. Doesn't know what Thordag is building. He lets no one within his sanctum. I think it's super possible that what he's building is being powered by the Whitestone Ziggurat, and that's why she's interested in the Whitestone Ziggurat. So, like, maybe she doesn't know what it is, but she knows how he's constructing it, a la Whitestone Ziggurat. What's up? Hello. I saw someone mention that, like, it's astonishing that Matt has contradicted himself so little. I agree. To be clear, the fact that I can theorize as proficiently as I can is a testament to Matt's consistency in lore. Oh, man. And I wrote some things down during the break. Temple, given the Ioun obelisk outside, seems like Ioun temples may or may not be places that it is easy/easier to pierce the veil between dimensions, or even within veil between dimensions. Yeah, the thing that I noted, I theorized that the Whitestone Ziggurat could be powering whatever Thordak is building, like powering its construction, and that's why Raishan is interested in the Whitestone Ziggurat. Remember, she is. Also, all of the currently known Ziggies, at least, which I think we only know confirmed 2 of them, 2.5, depending on if the glitter, not Glitterhaim, what the fuck is the Glintshore? The Glintshore altar sounded like the altar that is on the top of the Whitestone Ziggurat, but we didn't see any Ziggurat-like construction around it. Could have been buried. You know, lot of things could be affecting that, but we didn't see that. But the confirmed Ziggurats that we know of are ancient Ioun temples, according to Osisa. And then Sphinx Mountain is also probably an Ioun temple, given the Ioun obelisk that's right outside. So it seems though Ioun temples are either just good, like, channelers of magic, like assist in the channeling of magic, or are possibly facilitate, like, piercing the veil, like between dimensions. Like Osisa talks about how she can, like, project her vision, within the material plane, to an extent, using the Heartstone, but maybe that's why she has to, like, be at the Ioun temple. And besides the Pyra, all of the dimensional fuckery that we've seen so far has been at the Whitestone Ziggurat and the and Sphinx Mountain, which opened up the 4 portals to the elemental planes, or at least, facsimiles of the elemental planes. Yeah, and other than that, it's like the only other place where a portal has been actually 2 places a portal has been opened. Pyra, and technically, although I would take it with a grain of salt, Westrun, because Sky Sunder in the pre-stream opened up a portal in the middle of Westrun, but that was also during Winter's Crest, which we know is like a date during which the dimensional barriers are thin. So yeah, I don't know, but the fact that everything beyond Sky Sunder is either at Ashari sites or at Ioun sites is very interesting. The closest other one that we have is at the Raven Queen Temple, but it seems more like their consciousness was projected. I don't think that the Pool of Blood was like an actual portal. I think it was just it was like a medium in which they could mentally contact the Raven Queen, not necessarily physically. Interesting. Glintshore was just a long, windy tunnel with an altar inside. Calling it a ziggurat is a bit extreme. The only reason, because I agree with just what we've seen, that is definitely extreme. My only sort of, potential theory, and I kind of think this about the Sphinx Mountain as well. This is how I think the Sphinx Mountain is probably set up, is that the Ioun ziggurat is buried. So, like, at some point in the past, there's, a ziggurat that is constructed on what is now the Glint Shore. Like that. But then over time, as like the volcano appears or, whatever happens, everything gets buried up until the very tippy top. Right? So theoretically, if you were standing at the altar, right? So say the altar's up here. If you were standing at the altar and you dug down, you could slowly unearth a ziggurat from underneath. Because the ziggurat in Whitestone and the ziggurat in Vasselheim are both buried. Why force that connection? I don't even think it is that forced. All of the ziggurats we have so far have been underground. It is just that the caverns around them have not collapsed. But if the cavern is right next to an active volcano, and whatever, and the religious cult stops maintaining it, or possibly the volcano, is formed after the religious cult is long gone, a la the sunken temple in the Marrowglade Loch, then it might sink underground and only a bit of it might be exposed. So I actually think beyond, and the Marrowglade Loch is another example. We actually have quite a lot of ancient religious sites that are now buried with very little exposed to the surface. So, based on the fact that, like, the altar was very similar, I don't think it's that much of a stretch. Especially considering that I think it's a siphon site for other reasons. And if I had to like lay out the whole theory, I think that it was just a ziggurat until it was used to resurrect Thordak. Is what I would theorize. And the resurrection of Thordak is what formed the volcano and ultimately buried the ziggurat. All buried ruins are potential ziggurats. I mean, currently, yeah. Currently 3 out of 4 of the formerly, of the now buried sites have been Ioun related. So yeah. Oh, actually, wait! I totally forgot about the ziggurat in the Underdark in Yugg-Viril. Also, the only other place that we've seen just like a random planar portal was in the Yugg-Viril cavern. So I'm just saying. Currently, the only places that we have found Ioun worship sites are underground and, buried. Now, all 3 of them, to be fair, have been in caverns, not like actually buried to where they needed to be unearthed. But I would again point to the volcano as the reason that this one is buried rather than just in its cavern like the others. I think it probably was originally in a cavern, but that cavern collapsed around it due to volcano. A lot of ancient earthen sites are buried as well. It's a thing that can happen over time. Exactly. So yeah, I think, what's up, Lydia? What's up? I don't know, man. I don't know. Currently, 4 out of 5 of the ruined sites that we found are Ioun temples. And let me think about it. If we count Osisa's vision, I'll count that as a half. If we count that as a half, 2.5 out of 3 of the Ioun sites. No, sorry, 3.5 out of 4 have been locations of dimensional planar bullshit. Yeah. Without confirming or denying, the idea of a thing being buried like that is cool. I need to add some of that to my world. It is cool. It's very, very cool. Yeah. The Underdark and Glintshore had no Ioun symbols. They didn't, but neither does, to my knowledge, neither do the other ziggurats. Osisa just said ziggurats, as Vox Machina described them, are temples to Ioun. That was how Osisa phrased it. This was not, we don't know that Whitestone is a Ioun temple based on markings. We know it based on Osisa's testimony. So I don't know. Now, it's possible that the ziggurats are just broadly religious buildings, but we haven't seen any other ziggurats besides the one under the slate. The 3 ziggurats that we've seen as ziggurats are Slayer's Take, Whitestone, and Yugg-Varil. And Osisa said that 2 out of the 3 of those, confirmed straight up, are temples to Ioun. So I personally don't think it's a huge stretch to say that the 3rd ziggurat that we have seen is also a temple to Ioun, especially given the dimensional fuckery around it, because that had a portal to the plane of air, I believe. Either the plane of air or the plane of water. I don't think it was the plane of fire or earth. But it was on one of like the side islands that they went to, not the actual Yugg-Varil island. But there was just like an open planar portal on one of the other islands. So I don't know. The goddess of knowledge, Ioun, also loves spelunking and has domain over caves. I mean, seems like. Yeah. And the only one of the 2 ziggurats that we haven't seen planar shit at is Osisa. But again, she had a Heartstone, which is planar related. She talks about casting her vision away. I don't know. But also casting her vision away could be seen as like scrying. So that's a little different. As far... Wait. AIUI. I don't know what AIUI is. Things can be effective tells to a god without it being on purpose. Perhaps all ziggurats are things she claims, even if the builders didn't choose that. Also true. Also very true. I'm just drawing connections here. As I understand it. I see. Yeah. I don't know. There's something with the Glintshore, man. My mind keeps casting back to it. They didn't explore enough, man. Oh, if only they had explored that volcano a little bit more, man. I really think that there was more to find at the Glintshore. Because there's still the hanging question that I kind of find it wild that Vox Machina has not looked into at all. The hanging question being, how did Thordak come back after Devosa killed him? That seems like such an important hanging question. And they seem to just be taking it on faith that Devosa just didn't kill him. But Devosa seemed pretty damn confident. And save for Thordak, I think Devosa might be the most powerful being. Well, and save for the Raven Queen. The most powerful, non-divine being that we've seen. At least comparable, I would say, just from what we've seen, to Artagan. And so I take Devosa's testimony with, what's the opposite of a grain of salt? A grain of steel. And steel's heavier than feathers. I take Devosa's testimony with a grain of steel. And so I'm really... Thordak came back from death exactly as Brom did, yeah. Like that, to me, that seems like actually a huge... hanging question that the Vox just does not seem concerned with. That I am so concerned with. And I think it would give us a lot of overall answers, but, you know, they might just not just do it, yeah. They had a pretty good reason for not exploring. Yeah, that's, you know what, that's a... That's a good point, Ebster and John. I'll be real, I kind of forgot about that part. They weren't exactly in the most exploratory of moods when they were exploring that. You make a good point. Shit.
That
we've
talked about
the room.
Oh, well, there's a guy who's answers. We killed him. He was a dick. What's there to tell?
There is worth telling is that he had already turned and was working for the Syndicate.
Who else?
He is now no longer with us.
Brom?
How much more do we do?
Do you know Osisa? The Sphinx?
Kind of. Thanks for a minute. I do not know the Sphinx, I'm sorry.
There's a temple to Ioun in Vasselheim.
There's a temple to Ioun in Vasselheim.
There is?
That is good. Many temples have fallen and hidden through the years since our mistress was wounded.
You would have no way of contacting it?
What? Many temples have fallen and hidden? Fallen and hidden? He does not, but he says many... Not all Ioun followers know each other. Many temples have fallen and hidden. Brom talks a little weird, man. I think I'm not gonna look too far into it because I don't think it's like a purposeful character trait, but fallen and hidden makes it sound like the temples hid themselves, like quasi on purpose. But I don't think that's the case. Through the years since our mistress was wounded. He's Brom Goldhand, not Silvertongue. So true.
Good. Many temples have fallen and hidden through the years since our mistress was wounded.
Also, okay, the transcripts are not always super consistent with their quotation marks, but that seems crazy purposeful. Because they start a quotation mark right there and then give 2 quotation marks around mistress was wounded. That's crazy, right? Since our mistress was wounded. Sarcastic? No, I think it's drawing attention. It's like an event. Exandria exists in the Star Wars universe. Confirmed. Oh my god.
You would have no way of contacting it?
I can beseech my mistress for information, but it's short from traveling to Vasselheim, which I have not been to. I cannot help you. I apologize. Since the calamity, during a struggle with Thurzadun, my mistress was grievously wounded in the struggle, and since then has been diminished. And in this time, many of those that seek to lessen her hold in the world and the spread of the information and knowledge that we wish to share have then hunted and persecuted those of us that follow in her wake. So the temples are been buried or kept hidden. We distribute information through anonymous channels. Only a few of us in positions of protection can speak out so strongly. This, surprisingly, he turns back towards the ziggurat. This was one such temple.
Right. We know, Brom. We're focus on the new shit. Okay. Since the calamity, a big lore drop. Since the calamity, during the struggle with Thuriston, sure. Let's enroll spread the information and knowledge that we wish to share. I want to prosecute those of us following our wake. So the temples have been buried. So they were buried on purpose. Yeah, this was one such temple. We know. Is Matt saying surprisingly?
Protection can speak out so strongly. This, surprisingly, he turns back towards the ziggurat.
Oh, Matt's saying surprisingly. I know, Matt. I'm not surprised at all. Oh my goodness. I don't think they're auto-generated at this point, nor are they flawless. I know. Yeah. I think they're transcribed by fans. There can be mistakes, but they're pretty good. They're way better than auto-generated. Okay. Who? Thuriston. Since the calamity. So I don't know if the calamity... Oh, God. English, you dick. Because I can't quite tell if during the struggle with Thuriston is a descriptor of the calamity, or if it is saying since the calamity, post-calamity, there is a separate event, which is the struggle with Thuriston. Also, Thuriston does sound like Thordak, I will note. All right, crazy, wild, shot in the dark connection. Thuriston kinda sounds like Thordak. And by kinda sounds like, I mean has a TH and a D. Thar? Thor is dumb. Thor is Dune. I mean, look, names can change over time. Maybe Thuriston got changed into Thordak. It's possible. That I have no evidence for, except for vibes and the fact that I think that Thordak is a quasi immortal enemy that continues to respawn and regenerate over the centuries. So that's my only other connection point for that. Thurisdune. Oh, pronunciation notes. So Thurisdune. Is or is Thurisdune. Okay. Okay. Keep going, bro. Keep going. Why'd you stop talking?
This was one such temple.
Right.
What? Yeah, that's right. This was a temple to Ayodhya. Right. Okay. So wait, the Razadun?
Razatun, the chained Oblivion.
Another god?
Yes.
The chained Oblivion.
Sealed, chained away. Nothing you need to worry about.
A very evil one, sealed, chained away. Nothing you need to worry about. Oh. Thurisdune? Thurisdune? Thurisdune. 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 The chained Oblivion. Yeah, you cannot say nothing you need to worry about after the chained Oblivion. That is hilarious. The chained Oblivion. I'm just going to rehash some of my connections that I have made previously.
Another god?
Yes, a very evil one.
Tharizdun, from Brom. Tharizdun, Chained Oblivion. Very evil god. Sealed, chained away. Nothing. No, I'm not gonna. Sealed, chained away. Okay, I just need to get some thoughts out of my head. Okay. Raven Queen and Ioun jointly manage. That's not how you spell joint. Jointly manage some areas in Vasselheim. Raven Queen ascended from mortality and deposed the previous god of death. Vecna is referred to as a demigod, I believe, of death. Vecna attempted ascension, but was somehow stopped. Somehow stopped and banished. Banished. Even if not referred to as related to death, the power of Vecna resurrected the power of Vecna resurrected Silas Briarwood and turned him into undead. A form that the Raven Queen very specifically spoke out against. Undead in general. Vecna attempted center was not so mashed. So Ioun and RQ are connected. Evil, a chained god wounded Ioun. A chained god wounded Ioun. Vecna is also banished / contained and is related to death. Could be that Tharizdun is either, and I've theorized before that Vecna was really the former god of death, not actually an ascended interloper. That Tharizdun is either the former god of death and Ioun was wounded during her supporting RQ's ascension, or that Tharizdun is an alternative name for Vecna. Vecna, sort of a mortal name versus divine name situation. Or both. Or both. Or both. And Tharizdun being the one to wound Ioun sort of creates this spiritual connection between them. If Tharizdun is Vecna, that could explain why the Vecna cult needed to use the Whitestone ziggurat. Ioun's presence on Earth, or on the material plane, still bears the scars and wounds of Tharizdun. Those can be exploited to direct a ritual targeting the chained god. Right? I'm thinking about like when a dog bites someone, or any animal. When you bite someone, you leave a mark. You leave saliva, DNA, a remnant of yourself, a connection. So if Tharizdun, and these are gods that we're talking about. So if Tharizdun in this divine battle wounded Ioun, he might have left a little trace of himself essentially within the wound. And so if you connect if you go to an Ioun site, there's a little bit of Tharizdun in there. Ioun can never fully separate herself from that wound, from the remnants of Tharizdun. Interesting. Yeah. The goddess of knowledge was been injured and therefore weakened. His explanation for why the world stays in a technological stasis compared to our medieval period is insane. That is a very interesting. That is a very interesting note or observation. Yeah. Question for after the episode ends. I'll look at it maybe. We're just being very distracted. Sorry for my own lore notation. How do you recognize inside the session and correct your mind to listening? Whew. I can't give an answer as a player because frankly I just don't have enough experience playing to really give like good explanation there. But as a DM, if I notice someone possibly not paying attention, if I can, I'll try to even just phrase things in a way that I know speaks at like what they like about D&D. I'll kind of frame things through a lens that they're, particularly interested. I try to draw them in with increased interest. But a lot of times, even, as a DM, I find that it is just, frankly, difficult. Sometimes people are just going through some shit outside of the session and are not entirely able to, lock in. So I try to draw them back in with interest, but I don't know a good recommendation on strategy on how to do it from a player perspective. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's implied that Tharizdun wounded Ayun before he was chained. I agree that is implied. Yeah. Or in the process of chaining him. I think that since he has become chained, he has been relatively impotent, it seems. Based on Brom saying, like, hey, nothing for you guys to worry about. You know what I'm saying? Fascinating. Oh, man, I see some shit here. Okay. Wounded.
Sealed, chained away. Nothing you need to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
Not in the midst of this.
We're going to have to go to Amon.
Oh, yeah. Sure, yeah. We'll rally all the troops outside and maybe go.
Oh, man, they're just straight up taking him at his word that it's nothing they need to worry about. I mean, I guess fair enough. They do have more prescient? Pertinent? They have more direct concerns, fair. But, dude, I don't know that I could let that lie.
Going through the tunnels? I guess when we rally the troops, we can form a more specific plan.
So I guess
there will be several
wait.
armies. We will have allies. There will be troops to create distractions. There will be troops that go into the tunnels. There will probably be a group of troops that go in to try and pierce the layer. We will create chaos.
Well, did the airship ever show up?
Cassandra's. Yes, the airship has been told to make its way towards Fort Taxio.
Oh, that's good. Oh, wait. Well, you know.
It can actually pick up the people there.
Sure, yeah.
We're not doing any last trip to Vasselheim to talk to Osisa, or since we got all the vestiges?
To do what? It's not all the vestiges in the world.
It's all the ones
No, the ones she told us about.
She was like, if you get these, then I will help you.
Oh, really? She said that?
Did she say that?
Did she say that?
Did she say that?
I thought she
Do
said
we remember her saying anything
We
like
didn't learn
that?
about the vestiges until it was sort of,
It was from her hubby, her boyfriend.
Kalanjoria, it was, yeah.
Yeah, that name.
The one that said a name is earned.
Yes.
Do we need to go to him?
Sphinx.
Was there any way that they would help us once we got all the vestiges? I feel like they said that once we got all the vestiges, we'd be like extra awesome.
We are extra awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's not some sort of Voltron thing, considering there are more vestiges in the world. Right?
You lack imagination.
You lack giant robots.
Quick, let's try to fit all of our vestiges together right now.
Okay, let's do
That is interesting. That is a little interesting and possibly revelatory about at least parts of Vox Machina's thought process throughout all this. It seems like at least Laura and Travis were thinking that there was some set bonus that they would get if they collected all the vestiges, at least all of the named vestiges that the vestiges that they had names for. That's interesting. Nothing really complicated to say about it. It just is maybe a little bit revealing about their mindset throughout all this.
We touch all the vestiges. I just stab at Pike.
Ow. I don't feel anything.
Does anything happen when they're all touching?
You know, Daniel Grace, I honestly don't know where, because I've also always thought that there were more. I think when Kamal Jaori told them about the list, he might have specified that there were more. I'm not entirely sure, but I have always been under the impression that there are more vestiges other than the ones that they know about. That has always been my impression. What's up, Mr. Multi? How you doing? Yeah, interesting.
You take all the messages and smush them into a pile on the central table, and all the rest of the council kind of look
It's not magic down
curiously,
here.
and they all gather around as you begin to place them all into the center area, kind of overlapping, and almost the shape of a person who built up vestiges. You put them each one down, their kind of magical essence clinging with the surface of the
There's
stone
no magic
table.
down here.
I just lie down across the entire table.
Right, the sound of them impacting. They all sit there on the table.
Don't stick to my arm.
No,
they're not Velcro.
Back.
Yeah.
She's got to say a word.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of sitting there watching quietly as something happens, and then someone goes, right then.
Maybe you should put your armor back on.
Yeah.
I have underclothes. I don't just wear like.
Yeah, we had that discussion. You need things beneath the armor, or it'll cut you.
Just like bareback armor.
Yeah, we can be pinched in all the wrong places.
We do have our own tunnel into the city that we can check. Is anybody using our tunnels into the city?
The class? Oh, you mean our specific?
Yes.
Last time I scried there was someone in the key.
Can you scry there now?
No.
Oh, right.
Scry.
Can you scry?
Oh, yeah, Caleb, can you scry? Not down here, we have to leave the ziggurat, but...
Yeah, but...
I got the scrying eye.
If the keep is clear, that does give us access.
Yeah.
Possibly clear access.
We could vamp into the keep.
Yeah, that just gets us under the wall. It doesn't. That's it.
That's a lot.
not nothing.
The sewers is where we need to be.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it
we have...
connects.
Oh, it
It
connects.
connects. That'll get us under the wall, stay underground. What about Cashew? What about Sean? What about Zara?
Cashew's kind of mad at us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
but-
claim Cashew better.
I'm sure he is, but I mean, this is.
Cassandra kind of raises her hand and goes, Kisha, Zara, they are ready to go whenever you're ready.
Sweet.
Sean, we're trying to decide if it is best to keep someone here to maintain the barrier, or if we're going all in on this, if we just send everyone out there and leave the city defenseless.
I think it's best to leave him here, especially since that was his plan all along, because he is a dominator of all worlds and a god among men.
Well, Allura raises her hand and goes, either I or Sean can run the barrier. You can decide. I don't mind staying back or going to the forefront. It's your choice. Which one of us to take?
To choose between the two of you.
Can
Remember that
Gilmore,
Sophie's choice thing we
can
said
Gilmore
before
transport
tax?
people like you can?
I believe you can, yeah.
I like Gilmore.
Oh,
For what?
Jesus.
Keeping him
For the final
alive or
fight?
taking
No,
him
bring him
back.
with.
He's got the...
Dude, he turned that guy into a
I know,
little
and-
pretzel dough ball. Just because he fucked with him.
But Allura can teleport us back and forth.
Yeah, so can he.
And if Sean survives,
That's what he just said.
He used to teleport all over the place.
Yeah.
With
Pretzel dough ball,
circles?
Allura, and Rapunzel.
Laura just signed up for this fight.
Yeah, Laura, what do you want to do?
It's interesting. I have a lot of personal history with Thodak. I feel a deep sense of responsibility for all of this that still eats away at me. And because of that, a part of me really longs to be there with all of you and putting this dark and fiery chapter to rest. On the other hand, having already faced him and having an inkling of what he is now, every part of me wants to run away, screaming.
But you have faced him.
I have.
And that's invaluable. Do it.
I lost many good people in doing so.
I'm going to lose many more.
Most likely. So the choice is yours, Vox Machina.
Gilmore. No offense. You're lovely and very strong.
You watch her, like, audibly.
Is that relief? That was relief.
Is that relief or?
It's both. It's a lot of things.
It's
It's an emotionally conflicted exhale, but it is a relief of tension regardless.
I want clear focus out of my fight.
I disagree. You fought this fucking thing. You know him. That is invaluable. You have more experience than we do. You're wiser than us.
Percy, you're doing the wrong thing. Keep listening to music.
let's decide. I think we should decide this the way we always do.
Coin toss?
Talk about it for a long, long time.
It's like D&D, man.
Let's put it to a vote.
Experience.
Yep,
Experience.
A voice vote.
Yep.
All in favor of Gilmore say, hell yeah.
Hell
all in
no.
favor of Allura say, sure, right? Gilmore?
Hell yeah.
Oh, just us. Allura? Yeah,
Not sure.
But that was 3 and 3. What'd you vote?
I voted Gilmore.
I didn't hear hell yeah.
I don't know
wanna
what
go.
happened.
I feel
So
like
Gilmore,
she's-
Gilmore.
I said Gilmore.
Okay, Allura.
Twinsies.
4 and 3.
Gilmore doesn't want to go either.
Neither of them want to go.
I want to
did
go,
you
but
guys
she's so
vote?
scared now.
Allura.
Wait, hang on, wait, I'm talking to her. I'm not voting, I'm talking to her. God damn it.
Allura, I vote for Gilmore.
Unless Gilmore feels like volunteering.
Allura, I have had destiny pushed upon me since birth. What do you feel is right? Because I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
Make this decision for us.
Make this decision for us.
Hey, let's leave it to the dice.
Allura turns to you and kind of takes the side of your head in her hand and says, and in becoming a leader, you've been put in a position to make very difficult choices. As you grow as a leader, you'll have to make many more. This is not my choice to make.
But in many ways, you have power.
Now, come on.
We already voted, people, and Gilmore won. So
No, actually, Allura was.
Allura, what did you vote?
Gilmore, and those three are Gilmore.
Yeah, it's
And
4
then
and
it's
3.
covered. Then it's done.
Keela?
All right.
Ouch.
Unless you do what Laura Marisha did and do the exact opposite after the vote. Right? Come on, Allura.
What, are you trying to use this as an allegory?
No.
Just don't
No, just a throwback to what episode?
Oh, God.
At this point, Raishon picks up and goes,
Oh, Florida.
oh God, the rate this is going, I think perhaps neither of them are going to make it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Trial by combat.
The survivor goes to Iman.
I mean, is Gilmore strong enough?
Yeah, is he
Yeah, he's fine, he's fine.
We'll rest him
All
up. He'll be great.
How is he
Pretzel
right now?
dough ball.
Last
He'll
I
be
checked, he's handling the barrier, but he's a capable man. He needed a bit of rest, but so did you.
Quick stop to get his parents' permission. then we'll
Okay,
pull
yeah,
away.
yeah, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allura.
Wait, what? What happened? She's talking
God damn it, you guys! I'm not making votes here. In many ways, I feel. What?
We're taking Gilmore.
No,
We're
she's talking to her. She's talking to her.
Something else. Oh, thank God.
Jesus Christ.
There are a few chuckles at the table now, as everyone's just kind of dumbfoundedly watching you all argue over who to take for 5 minutes.
Vox Machina.
Vox Machina.
In many ways, I feel we are walking down the path you have already walked. In that case, I feel it's time for new blood. And we've been with Gilmore since the beginning. We need you as an ally back here. We'll keep you in the sidelines as an oracle. And we'll take Gilmore to be by our side.
Yeah. That's what we said already.
Yep. Look, he set me up to like make the call, okay? I was trying to follow through.
I get it. You got it. You got it, Keely.
Smash Dr. Gilmore saying, no fucking
What are you talking about?
Right here.
That's suicide. Are you crazy?
Hey, make me big gifts every morning in Whitestone. I'm staying here. No, Laura can have this. Very well. I'll send Kima as well.
Thank you.
All the strength that we have in your direction, I'll stay here and play Guardian of Whitestone, as I have for quite some time. Well, she looks to Cassandra, looks to Raisha and everyone else. They all kind of nod, and Cassandra stands up, rests her collar, and it's interesting in moments like these, as such a young girl still carries the weight of a room like this, of such giants by comparison to her, and still can command attention so quickly with that subtle physicality, and as she kind of adjusts her collar a bit and raises her chin. And so it is. Vox Machina. We gather our forces. Put your minds together. Decide on your plan of action, your means of attack. Soon, we begin the assault on Iman. And that's what we'll end our episode for tonight.
Hey!
At dawn.
Replan.
We vote.
We vote. I demand a recount in Pennsylvania and Florida specifically.
Yeah. You know, Gilmore won the popular vote.
Guys, thank you very much. We're on.
It's different nowadays. Let's see. 1907. 1907 is where we're going to.
We're on the home stretch, it looks like.
Oh my god.
Man, all right.
I'm not
getting crazy.
Yeah,
you guys have a week to plan amongst yourselves what to do next time.
Are we assuming that we're sleeping after this? Because goddamn.
We already
slept.
slept.
That's right, because we bamped to Whitestone. Never mind.
Yes, you only use your spell there. But we you unfortunately not have a Travis Willing here next week.
Or
Or Ashley Johnson.
Oh, fuck.
However,
Maybe an empty bench over
However,
there.
based on the gathering of allies as for this battle, we may have a guest or two.
The gathering?
You guys are gathering all your allies.
As in, like, the insane combat?
It's like happening. It's like
Yeah, man! Doug Carnival's here!
Next week on Critical
Start spraying fake over you guys.
Wait, it's happening like next week?
What?
We're going into battle?
Well,
we don't have Travis and Ashley?
We're going to Amon.
Shit's happening. Dude, that city's probably like the 9 circles of hell. I mean, we're not just gonna get there fast track to Thordak.
Okay.
If you got
Unless we
Manuel
are.
next week, I'll go kill you.
Well,
Don't
I think I know who it is.
I wish. That'd be great.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't want to have to argue.
All right, cool.
Thank you, great.
Thank you, Great. Again, thank you, great sponsor. Thank you guys so much for watching tonight. We'll see you Tuesday at Talks Machina. And Thursday for the continuation of this climactic downward spiral into Ancient Red Dragon.
Okay. Damn. Big ep. I'm gonna take this. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no, everything's terrible. Wait, if I can I put that behind there? Okay. Oh, it still looks bad. Okay, I'll keep it on there. Is the date relevant? American election. So referring to you know, the voting jokes at the end. Okay. Yeah. The named folks at Fort Daxio survive. Xanthus. The only one that could have actually confirmed Brom was not at the meeting. Fucking Gilmore. But I will say, for someone that likes to hang my hat on every conspiracy that I can, I actually think that this is just a lore contradiction. I think this is a rare time where I believe that Brom, and I swear to God, if I get Raishant here and this guy's a doppelganger or something, and doppelgangers shape changing isn't actually magical, so the orb didn't affect him, I'm gonna lose my shit. But I think that Brom is actually, I think he's on the straight and narrow. I think he's chill. And I'm thinking about him compared to Riskel Daxio. Because Riskel mentioned... Riskel is a Vecna cult was a Vecna cult member. And Brom mentioned that Ioun worshippers are like hunted. They're like persecuted. Yeah. Yeah, right here. Those who seek to lessen her hold on the world and the spread of information and knowledge that we have to share are then hunted and persecuted. Those of us who follow in her wake are kept in have been buried or kept in distributed information. What? So the temples have been buried or kept in distributed information. What? Wait, let me go back to 403. Because that what I wrote down doesn't make sense.
Buried or kept in. We distribute information through anonymous channels.
What?
So the temples are been buried or kept in.
Or kept in.
We distribute information through anonymous channels.
Am I not understanding this, or does Brom just talk weird? I think Brom might just talk weird.
Been buried or kept in. We distribute information through anonymous channels.
I think Brom just talks weird. I'll trust the the transcripts on this, the captions. Can speak out so strongly. This was one such temple. Interesting. There is then the Chained Oblivion. The Chained Oblivion sounds very Death God. Also, I will say, just like on vibes, the Chained Oblivion sounds very Death God-esque. I was really ready for you to go deep on some theory. With Brom, with the contradiction on Brom, I just don't think there's anything there. Like, it's so blatantly contradictory. Like, I'm comparing it mentally to the teleportation circle contradiction. And the teleportation circle contradiction, like, kind of, like you can see it as a half-truth, right? Because there is a teleportation circle in the Lyceum. And there's just, and Whitestone seems like it would have one if you're not paying attention to the fact that it was narrated that it specifically doesn't, right? So these are things that you could imply unless you're paying very specific attention. This is not like that requires you to pay attention to like 2 or 3 pieces of information to understand why it's a contradiction, which makes it seem more purposeful. This is just, if you remember the thing that Gilmore said, Brom just can't be here. You know what I'm saying? Brom just can't be here if Gilmore was like being super serious or was like meant to be taken very literally. So it feels so like obviously contradictory that it makes me think it's just a mistake. Because if it was something that Vox was meant to pick up on, I think that Matt would have hidden it better. Like, honestly, I think he would have hidden it better if it was like actually meant to be something. Man, Matt got sad that the Ziggurat gave such a good Raishan defense, so he went looking for some disguise that would work. Lol. You know that Matt can actually have human flaws? Yeah. Well, it's all after, especially after the whole teleportation circle thing. Matt has put me in a hard position of now I do have to discern what is a purposeful contradiction and what is not. Because now we know that Matt will purposefully contradict himself as a tell. Oh, no ads. We're gonna skip ads. So I will say, there's a little bit of of I do have to decide on whether or not it's a human flaw or if it's a purposeful contradiction. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, I don't blame him at all. I will say I loved you going to previous C1 episodes to hear them speak. I've never been more on top of C1 details only due to Critical Eyes. Feels like a switch an idea mid-sentence. Yeah. It's all there's it's so it is very interesting to like see how these things can get dropped, because like looking at the Brom thing specifically, it is another it's another reason that I record my sessions and I watch them back a lot of times. Sometimes I don't though. But it is a reminder of like, yeah, sometimes as a DM, you improv something that makes sense at the time. You know, Brom dying in the Fall of Amon totally tracks. But it's as a response to a player. And it's very easy for that sort of thing to not get written down, to not get catched. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy for that sort of stuff to not get caught in your notes. And when that sort of thing doesn't get caught, Brom just keeps on living. And then it's also a good example of probably how I assume Matt's process works, of when he is looking for a source of information or an ally or a contact. You know, he's going back into his Rolodex of NPCs and pulling out people that just make sense. He's not tracking all of these people in super fine detail the entire time. People go into like an ambiguous liminal space between essentially use cases, and then they get pulled back out when it makes sense. And I think Matt checks in his notes to make sure that there's no contradictions with what he has written down. But if you don't write it down, like Gilmore offhandedly mentioning that Brom is dead, if you don't write it down, it doesn't make it into that later kind of pulling back out. So it's interesting. Yeah. If you stop making videos some sad day, just promise you'll watch all of Exu. I'm gonna watch Exu. I'm gonna watch it. Oh yeah. If I, for some reason, like tomorrow, a genie snapped its fingers and took away my ability to stream or make videos, you know, nuked my channel and I'm not allowed to start another one, I would just keep watching Critical Role. At this point, I'm hooked enough. I would watch it very differently. Very, very, very differently. But I would keep watching Critical Role at this point. Yeah. Do you want to know if the Chained Oblivion is a Matt Mercer original or a D&D Forgotten Realms God deity? Yeah, whatever. That sort of stuff of like, is it Matt Mercer original? Is it not? I don't really care one way or the other. I think as a DM, we should always assume that our players don't have that meta knowledge. And so I'm relying on Matt to convey the things I need to know. If you guys want to convey of like, oh yeah, this is a separate, distinct deity, I'm fine with that. I don't consider it like a spoiler. but I also don't actively want to know. Like, I'm probably not going to seek it out. So whichever. So the working theory is that the Chained Oblivion, Vecna, and the previous God of Death are the same entity. Yes. Or some subset of those things. The working theory is that the Chained Oblivion is Vecna or the previous God of Death that the Raven Queen not subsumed, what's the word? Toppled. The Chained Oblivion is either Vecna or the previous God of Death. And then separately, Vecna might be the previous God of Death. I have a totally separate, like totally separated from all of this theory that Vecna is actually the previous God of Death. So that is, it kind of works into it. I think that both the Chained Oblivion and Vecna have a really good shot at being the previous God of Death. And if both of those are right, then they are each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's also the fact that DM's canon should change lore when taking NPCs from other lore. Yeah, absolutely. If you're yoinking NPCs, absolutely change some shit. I think Daniel watched it, and I don't know, maybe other people have. My prepping for Saltmarsh session, I yoinked a troglodyte like mage from Forge of Fury and put them into essentially Greyhawk, but my Saltmarsh setting. But I changed them quite a bit. I changed like the whole layout of the encounter, and even mid-session I changed it even a bit more. I improv'd some stuff and changed a little bit of the lore to make it like a cult priest sort of deal rather than like just a mage. They were more of like a cult priest. So yeah, absolutely. DMs absolutely should change lore. So even if the Chained Oblivion that's why I say I don't really care, because even if the Chained Oblivion is a Forgotten Realms, Faerun, D&D, existing deity, I would broadly assume that Matt can and might have changed it in whatever way he saw fit. So that's why that's basically why I don't particularly care. Yeah. If you learn that CR took something from older D&D and then modified it, in many cases, the CR info will appear above D&D in the search results. Yeah, that's fair. That's very, very fair, yeah. There's only one god, and they're doing that old school review YouTuber thing of putting on a wig. Yeah, they're all just playing. It's all the different Markiplier characters, yeah. Yeah. The TikTok thing of just putting the towel on. Yeah. Yeah, there's just one god, and they're just having fun with all this, It's just like a little stage play for them. It's a D&D lore entity, but Matt changes it to fit Exandria. Right. That's what I assume. Because, I know that Sarenrae is not originally from Forgotten Realms. So, I assume. And I also, I think broadly, the D&D fan base, even from earlier editions, especially like 3.5 or 4, is not as tuned in to where D&D lore is even from. Like, I don't think that most people are tuned in to the fact that the Thri-Kreen are from, Dark Sun. I don't think that they're aware of the oh god, what's the deity of plane of Sigil? I can't remember. It's like the Weeping Lady or something. I don't think that they're aware that she's like from an interdimensional city. I think that people conflate a lot of things as, like they take some things from like Greyhawk and like assume that they're Forgotten Realms or whatever. So even like saying like what is D&D lore, there's like 10 different settings that a lot of them have very different lore. And also, not to get too into it, but the Forgotten Realms has also stolen a lot of lore from the other settings. Like, you know, the Aaron Ray, I believe it is. From Mystara, got transported into Forgotten Realms. So D&D lore is such a confusing soup as it is that it's hard to even like I take all of it with a grain of salt when we're watching it being put in, especially watching it being put in to a homebrew setting that is so about the gods and like these divine conflicts. You know, there's so much about Exandria that is defined by the gods and by events that, you know, explicitly never happened in any real D&D lore. Yeah. So yeah. You mean most people haven't memorized several versions of fictional mythology? Yeah. Lady of Pain. Yeah. Lady of Pain. Yeah, exactly. And like Mystara doesn't even have gods. They have immortals, which are gods, but are not gods. It's all, you know, it's, there's all sorts of shit, you know, just hanging around. I found out a while ago that some D&D entity was actually an ancient Sumerian god. Yeah. Yeah, they steal from real world lore. Yeah. Because I mean, I think like a lot of the Norse pantheon is like referenced in early in like, you know, like AD&D era, 2nd edition era D&D setting lore. A lot of Norse mythology is referenced, Egyptian. So yeah, Tiamat was apparently okay. It is Tiamat. Interesting. Yeah. So all that is to say, if I know that it's existing lore, that's fine. I don't care. You can absolutely tell me if you want to and you think it's relevant, but don't feel the need to go out of your way. Yeah, but interesting. The most interesting there's like 2 other things that stood out to me from that big lore drop. Obviously, Thordak building something crazy. And then secondarily, the what do you call it? Oh, I just had a thought. No, that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? Sorry, I just like spaced out thinking. I was thinking about how Riskel, right? Because I mentioned that maybe Thordak is using the siphon in Whitestone to fuel the construction of the thing in Amon. But that doesn't make sense unless it does. Because, like, the thing in if the thing is in Amon, what we know about siphons is that they connect 2 points in space. And they transfer raw magical energies to create things and to do things. That's what we know about siphons. And so... Oh, I don't even have siphons public yet? God damn it, I need to finish this. But with that, my assumption for a while on, you know, what is the siphon powering? powering? What is the siphon powering? That's a big open sort of question. And the only connections that we have to the Whitestone siphon at this point are the Briarwoods. We know that they are Vecna worshippers, and that Delilah used the power of Vecna in some way or fashion to resurrect Silas. And the implication is that that process turned him into a vampire. That's not technically confirmed, I don't think. But it is I think the assumption, or not the assumption, but the implication is that he, came back wrong, sort of deal. Then we have Riskel Daxio, who called himself the body of Vecna and said that he would rise again. Do I have Riskel in here? I do have Riskel in here, sick. When you all die, I will rise again, for I am his blood. For I am his blood. Yeah. For I am his blood. Okay. And then, so I thought for a while, it's like the big open, oh yeah, and then from the Briarwoods, we also have that she said, like, I broke the world for you, or something along those lines. And the assumption is that whatever she was doing, whatever they were doing in Whitestone, whatever the siphon was powering was going to break the world. So for a while, I had theorized that the siphon was what opened the portal to allow Thordak in. Thordak, the fucking world eater. But that doesn't quite mesh with how Raishan has described events. Raishan has not, thus far, given us really any connection to the Vecna cult. And indeed, she seems interested in the Whitestone Ziggurat, but not that familiar. The only connection that we have to her outside of, the times that we see her actively on screen, she has a connection to the Clasp, but that, that seems to be post-Chroma Conclave. It seems to be, at least. She has a connection to, what the fuck? To Melora, because a Meloran priest, or druid, or archdruid, is the one that cursed her. And she has a connection to the Pyra, and the other Chroma Conclave members, one of whom was Krieg. We're connecting all the spider diagrams, right? But no super obvious connection to Vecna or Riskel or the Briarwoods. You would think that there would at least be some sort of implied connection there. And the closest that we have is to Krieg. What did Krieg have in his house again? He had the 4 items, which I have still not put together exactly what they were for. My assumption is that Brimscythe put those items there afterward. Where's Figures of Authority? Ah, damn it. Maybe People of Power, Entities of Power? Is it Brimscythe in there? Oh, I haven't finished it yet. Damn it. God, I gotta finish this. It's not useful until I do. Let's see. I know that I have a theory about it, so I'll go and check the theories. Chroma Conclave objects. So there were white dominoes, a red tea set. I don't think that they represent Chroma Conclave members anymore. Green jewel-eyed skull, and a bust of Jamon Saord that is black. Now, we now know that Jamon Saord is Devosa. Which, then possibly implies that these are maybe references to other metallic dragons? Or just enemies of the... I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck these could be for or referencing. Because the green jewel-eyed skull had a fucking Githyanki in it. Which, I mean, fuck me if I know why that is. It claims that an old and powerful Githyanki is housed within. Seemed to have a reason. Seemed to believe that it could be capable of granting the wish, but discouraged Vox Machina from utilizing said wish. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. Krieg is so weird. Because then part of my... so all of this was revolving around the siphon, right? And at this stage, it seems like Raishan, through the corrupting of the Heartstone, that is ultimately what got... that is ultimately what brought back Thordak. She doesn't reference any siphon. She doesn't seem to know anything about siphon. There's nothing there. So then it's like, okay, well, what is the siphon doing? It could just be nothing. like it could just be something that they haven't yet to discover. It also seems possible that it's related to the altar on the Glint Shore. But I think that we will see the other side. That's the only thing I'll say that I think dissuades me from thinking that it's the Glint Shore. Because I think it's possible that you could think that the spell scroll that was created, I think it was Plane Shift, not Plane Shift. Was it Plane Shift? Whatever the spell scroll was that they used to summon Yank. It's like, okay, maybe the siphon was used to create that spell scroll. But I think that whenever we discover the other end of the siphon, we'll see it. I think it will be relatively clear. Which also kind of dissuades me, again, from thinking that it's at the Pyra. That's what the siphon is feeding. It still seems possible, but not immediately likely. Gate, that's right, Gate. Not immediately likely. So then I'm reminded of the fact that Riskel was an architect. He was a builder. Now, I don't remember, and I don't even know how I would find this. I would have to guess. Actually, it would be at the feast. It would be at the feast or directly after. It might be in Crimson Diplomacy. But I believe that there is a point. Oh, there's no way that I can directly find this. I'm not even going to vocalize it until I potentially find it. I'm not even going to let you assholes know what I'm
excited to get that underway.
I don't even want to let you know. Because it would be somewhere in here. Let's see. Palace. Oh, wait. You might be able to guess where I'm going with this. You might. Let's see. Within that week, they made various preparations. Let's see. Upon hearing the Briarwood's arrival within the week to discuss politics, within that week, they made various preparations. They made their way to the central palace. The Briarwoods arrived. The feast was put out. However, Percy went invisible. Everyone had formal attire on. Your weapons are at the door. Okay. There's the main foyer that splits off into... Where are we entering into? A large foyer area. Splits off into 2 similar meeting chambers in the Grand Hall. That's where you guys were feasting. Seeker assume may or may not be around. Okay. Surrounds the outskirts. There are a few bits and bobs. Not from this part of the palace. You're too far away. Right. That's fine. I don't think it would be in here. Actually, at this point, beyond the palace. The palace walls. Okay. The only other thing I'm going to search during this episode, it's probably during the previous episodes, but I'm going to say construction. Oh, what? What is this? We had everyone who was currently present in the chat room be a part of random drawing. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I remember this. Okay, only one match. Other than that, additional damage. Wow, there's actually a lot of additionals. Additional. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, I don't think it's in here. So I'm going to go check the previous episode. And I'm still going to keep you on the edge of your goddamn seat. I'm not telling you guys shit. Episode 24. Because if I find it, if it's real...
Hello, everyone.
If it's real, that's crazy. And I have a big theory about what's going on. That, again, you might be able to guess where I'm going with this. Addition. In addition to that, 2 additional rounds. Addition. No additional funds. Addition to that. Okay, 4 out of 4 matches. I seem to remember something. We're going through the construction process. What is this? Is this them talking to the Briarwoods?
I mean, that's amazing.
Western, how's it going?
Yeah, so far so good. We're going through the construction.
Oh, wait, this is Gilmore. Okay. Not suspicious. Light for you make a tinkering roll, construction, agreed upon construction of a bridge. Spearing the construction of this bridge and making this agreement with Uriel. Nope. He's the head of planning and construction. Overseeing many expansions of the city. Oh, is it the city? Trusted friend of mine, the Arcanist. Right. The bridge construction. Fuck. Damn it. I thought what I am looking for is I thought that for some reason that Uriel had narrated the fact that there had recently been like a new addition or new construction project in the cloud top or in the palace. You're nearing the palace. And I was going to say that it could have been any sort of construction to the palace or the cloud top would have been spearheaded by Riskel. God, I feel like it was when... I could be so wrong. You guys are having a discussion from you. The Briarwoods enter the palace. Side area, the carriage. Great Hall of the Palace where the feast is going to begin. I could have sworn that someone narrates something about some new addition or new construction to the palace. Are you looking for the person responsible for making Grayskull? No, I know that Riskel was at least partially responsible for Grayskull. Which that could be the case, and it could be that, whatever the thought process that I was essentially going through is The only real connection to the siphon that we have is the Briarwoods and Vecna. The only other connection to Vecna, and theoretically Ioun. The only other connection to Vecna that we have is Riskel. And so if I could find any, like, construction projects, anything that he had to do with, I might be able to find the other side of the siphon. Or at least possible locations for the other side of the siphon. And possibly, if that other side was the palace, now that would be some evidence for the fact that the siphon is feeding the thing that Thordak is constructing. And that's potentially why Thordak settled down in Iman, out of all of the places that he could have settled down in. Also why Brimscythe was, like, initially infiltrating Iman, right? And could be our final connection between the Chroma Conclave and the Vecna cultists. But I can't, this is only existing in my memory. This is only existing within my memory. I don't know. I should say, it says fleeing towards Jamon's Ord. I mean, really, he was fleeing towards Ankarel. I shouldn't say that he was fleeing towards Jamon. And I mean, he was just the longtime friend of Uriel, so it's always possible that, you know, he did plenty of things that just weren't narrated. In the palace. Yeah, expansions of the city. Expansions of the city is probably the closest I'm gonna get. But I don't know. I thought that there was something more specific when they were talking about, like, where the Briarwoods' bedrooms were, or something like along those lines. Like, when they were talking about, like, where the bedrooms were, or how the palace was laid out, I thought that Uriel mentioned something about a new addition or construction or something. But I think I'm just wrong. I think I'm wrong. I mean, the expansions of the city is like that gives a lot of possible areas. You know, that gives a lot of, like, okay, Iman in general has been touched by Riskel. It could be anywhere within that. Yeah. Whispered One is such a cool nickname. It is. That's true. I never considered that he could have been a vampire before being brought back by Vecna. Or after. Like, I am broadly assuming that the process of bringing him back is what transformed him into a vampire. I don't think there's a huge reason to not assume that. But it is theoretically possible that he could have been a vampire before, or could have been vampirized after he was resurrected. Like, those are theoretically possible. I don't personally think that is what happened. But yeah. Did you see our transcript search engine online? I know. I wanted to find it, though. See you later, Chat Noir. I can't find anything other than what John just found. I think I'm making it up. I think I'm inventing it, but man, oh man, did I think that that was a thing that was narrated. But it's hard to remember from those early days. Either way, I mean, Riskel overseeing some expansions could always be it. I don't know, but I am broadly like, where the fuck is the other... Oh, shit. There we go. Where the fuck is the other side of the siphon? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? mean, it could also be that Thordak is starting his own siphon underneath. I don't know, but I don't think so. That seems not necessarily random, but just unlikely. Didn't find anywhere as well. Putting in expansion edition construction, don't get any hits. Gotcha. Damn. Yeah, I think I'm grasping at straws. We'll see. We'll see when we get closer. I'm excited. I'm excited for 78. But I've already been streaming for longer than I wanted to. I gotta go and record Fantasy Eye. But this confirmed a lot of things for me. Also just like broadly confirmed that I should be paying attention to Ioun. Like for a while I was like, it seems like there's some things swirling around Ioun, but there's no like direct attention really given to her. And this episode definitely confirmed for me that like I'm on the right track with being concerned and like paying attention to Ioun stuff. I think it will be very relevant. But we will have to see exactly how relevant. But yes, Fantasy Eye. I'm behind on filming, so I need to ideally finish the episode today, but I don't know how long that'll be. Because I'd like for the gap between 3 and 4 to be much shorter than the gap between 2 and 3. Ideally this Saturday, but if not, the Saturday after. But anyways, I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to head out. Thank you all so much for joining. This is a blast. This has gotten my theory senses tingling for the first time in a little bit. So I'm excited to see where they go next. And that's it. Bye-bye.